lovelies. I hope you've all managed to make it across here now. We did send an email out, so fingers crossed. So let's just have a quick recap. We went through our kits. I've gone through everything as best I can, and I hope that everyone is managing to keep going. I can see we've got Shelley and Ellen and Doreen and Renee already here with us. Hello, hello, hello. Right, so we've made 2. And even though I forgot to add my sprinkles, we did in the end add sprinkles. So this is what we've made so far. We're going to pour you down when he gets there. Okay, so this is what we've made so far. These obviously do also work really nicely for those feminine people in our lives. It doesn't have to be a chap to have these cards. I would personally be very pleased to receive either of these. But oh, we've got Leslie and Ilka as well. Hello, hello. No, I'm pleased you're all back. And Renee, you've moved your trash can. I've done exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. It's on this side at the moment, and well, we'll see what the floor looks like at the end. But we've made these 2. We're going to make 8 more so that we have our total of 10. The next one that we're going to make is this one. So I had a little bit of fun with this. This is the reason that I was not pushy, but quite firm that you had a VersaFine ink pad, because this technique works really well with this ink. Now, it may work well with others, but because this is a bit pigmenty, it's a winner. So for this card, you need these supplies. I'm going to go through them at a reasonable... Can we go just a tiny bit slower? Yes, Sharon, we certainly can. This is exactly... As long as you tell me... Oh, and we've got Mary as well. Hello, and Alyssa. Oh, lovely. I'm pleased that everyone's managing to get on. And yes, we can go a tiny bit slower by all means, because this is your class and I want to know what works for you. So I have got a little bit of a cheat situation going on at the moment. Liam is currently sitting there picking out my dye for me because I needed to eat peanut butter and toast. So I had to have a little snack. EJ is here and would love for you to say hi to him. Well, hello, EJ. It's very nice to meet you. You've got some really good initials coming from Elizabeth John. So nice to meet you, or as close as we can come to meeting at the moment. So for this card, as you can see over on this side, we have our peel-offs. Oh my goodness, where have they gone? I've not gone anywhere or touched anything. This is typical. I'm looking for my gold pinstripe, the gold moon dust. I have these 2. Okay, Liam's going to hunt for some peel-offs for me. They're going to be here somewhere. I've just got to find them in amongst my organised system. Or maybe, I think I've got some. Here we go. Right, sorry about that, everybody. Okay. For this card, we will need card base, pinstripe in gold with the gold finish. And then we have got this piece of ephemera, which is the largest one of the frames. And then we've got this piece of vellum. This is the smallest piece of vellum that comes in your kit pack. This is 3.5 by 2 inches. So I hope that you've got the right piece for that. Then we have got our 2 arches, both white and the patterned paper. Now you do get a full sheet of this pattern paper in your 6x6 pattern papers. We've die cut this as an extra. Okay, and then we have our black piece of cardstock. Oh, it's so lovely to see everyone. Okay, right, so let's just have another little look. We are going to be making this card, which is a top fold. Still gets scored in exactly the same way, of course, but we're going to be putting it onto its side. So we're going to start at the bottom and work our way up. So let's get started. I do like the recreating cards that I've made, because as much as I enjoy the design work, it feels like I can actually explain techniques rather than as I'm making them. The creative process takes up a certain amount of bandwidth. So being able to explain succinctly doesn't always get across. So I'm going to give my card base a nice burnish because that's always a very good foundation. And now this is the piece of black cardstock that's 5.5 by 4.25. So it will completely cover over our card. So I'm going to attach that on with some wet glue. As ever, if you prefer to use a different kind of adhesive, then please go ahead. And if, of course, you go off-piste and you do something a little bit differently, I'm also very intrigued. Ultimately, these are your cards. I am here to share with you my knowledge, what I've learned over the years. Things like this tip, for example. But where your score line is, where the fold is, that is where we want to stick. Because if we stick over here, we can't trim away the fold line. So if we stick it this way, we can trim. I mean, it means we won't have an A2 anymore. But I shouldn't think there are many recipients out there that get the ruler out to double check that the cards are all exact. But if that corner is in the right spot, you can trim off that edge and you can trim off that edge and it's fine. As long as you've got the right angle covered over, then you can trim the bottom and you can trim the sides. Oh, I've managed to squidge that ever so slightly. But yeah, I can actually see a hairline of white there. So I'm going to trim it. It's a very easy fix. As long as that hairline of white is not visible. Renee, this is not copying other people's cards. This is an opportunity for you to make cards in exactly the same way I do. And along the way, see if there are tips, tricks, certain methods to creativity that you can pick up and adopt for yourself or completely ignore. You may not enjoy what I do and how I do it and my process, but it's absolutely not copying, just so as you know. Right, I've got my card base, which now has the black over top, and I'm going to take my 2 arches. Now, this arch, which is the largest of our stitch arches, takes up the whole of an A2 card size. You get a little seam at the top and the bottom, but it is the size of an A2. So, oh, nice, Doreen. Doreen is making the card her own by trimming the black to leave a little white border. Very nice. So, with our nested dies, they go one inside the other. So what I decided to do here was to flat glue the patterned paper into the middle. Let me show you. So there's this really lovely width that goes all the way around the top and around the bottom. And that's where we're going to glue this. We're going to glue it right in the middle. So over it goes. I'm going right up to the edges because this is such a thin bead of glue. None should really splodge out. The only time I would suggest being super careful about glue and splodging is when it's going over black cardstock because it will be shiny. Okay, so let's get this piece on and down. I'm looking at all of those margins, making sure that it looks even all the way around. And then once I'm happy, giving it a really nice smooth. Right. Once that's attached on there, now you can do this with either really big scissors or with a trimmer. I'm going to use a trimmer. Here's my blade right there. And I want that to be in line with this right here. And I'll do that. It's not very easy because of the positioning of the camera, being that it's directly overhead. But I'll put the white edge right up there so that I know that I'm square. And then I am going to cut. And remember, you can always cut away more, but you can't cut away less. So I'm going to cut, and as it happens, that worked out fine. But I was going to cut what I thought was very conservatively off the white and then move in. But as it turns out, it's a good job I didn't cut where I originally thought I should. Excuse me. The other thing that you could have done at that point would have been to mark a pencil line on the white at the edge of the paper, because then when there is that pencil mark that sits directly on the blade, it's much easier. But the reason that I did that was so that we could enjoy a little bit more of this black background. I'm going to move that slightly down so that you can see, but you get not quite 1/8 of an inch at the top and the bottom in black. This goes right up on the side, and then you have this lovely black piece. Now, again, this is up to you. You can lift it or you can stick it flat. I am personally going to stick it flat because I'm going to be lifting what's in the front. So I'm going to go all the way around the edge, but I am going to come in from the edge ever so slightly. As much as I don't want any lift, I don't want any shiny glue remains over the black cardstock. So as you prefer, there is no difference between lifting or sticking flat at this point. It is a preference. Sometimes it's part of the design to have it lift up or not. But now to layer this on, I'm going to look at this end, the flat side of the arches, so that I can eyeball the difference in the black on both sides. And I'm just going to smooth that down now that I know that I'm happy. Okay. So that's nicely stuck down. How are we doing, everyone? Just send an emoji if it's all good. If it's not all good, maybe send an unhappy emoji. If you just let me know how we're getting on. Is this a better pace? Oh, making it gold. Fancy, Doreen. Nice. Okay. I'm trying to temper my pace to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity. I meant to move my chair in. I'm not on wheels, and I spent the last portion of the video slipping forward. Apparently he's going to try and move my chair with me sat on it. That's going to be fun, isn't it? This hasn't got wheels. I haven't got anywhere to stand. That's why I have to wait till in between. Apparently he's not going to try that. I will make no inference over whether I'm too heavy or not, if that's not the problem, is it? Now, anyway, ladies and gents, this smaller piece of vellum is to fit behind this piece of ephemera. This piece of ephemera I think is fabulous. It's really, really good. Be great for a shaker. It's got lots and lots of options. But as you please. If you would rather use a different piece of ephemera, then this is just my idea. This is what I wanted to do with it. First thing I'm going to do is heat emboss Happy Birthday right into the middle, because if you try to cut a piece down and then get the sentiment exactly in the right spot, it's going to be much harder. Whereas if we put the sentiment on, if it needs to go up a little bit, we've got a bit of a wiggle room, and down a bit. Does that make sense? It is just much nicer to be able to have the facility to choose rather than having to get everything perfect first time. So with heat embossing, I'm going to suggest that you get your stamping platform, because if you don't get enough Versamark, you need it in exactly that same spot again. So I'm going to put away Best Wishes from our last card. Let's have a look where my stamp's gone. There is a system, she says. There we go. Here's my stamp. Now, best wishes goes back onto the carrier sheet. And we want to take happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay, don't take the stamps too far. We are going to need those again very shortly. Let me just pop that back under there. I have a little bit of a system. The desk is not quite the hot mess. They say there is no system. Dear oh dear. Charming. Right, please excuse me. Okay, so happy birthday we're going to stack on top of each other so that the sentiment reads like this. I'm going to put birthday down first, and I'm using the lines that are on the MISTI to just try to make sure that it runs pretty straight left to right, and I think that is about right. Now, just to make sure, this is another time that's really helpful, I'm going to lay this over to make sure that I've got vellum all around the edges, and I have. So that's great. That was just a double check. I was pretty confident that we would be good. But now I'm making sure that my vellum is tucked as far into this bottom corner as I can. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, Nedra. Liam will look into it. He's on it. Okay, so open it up. We knew that was going to happen because there's no magnet on it. And we could actually use a magnet this time, but I want to make sure that my anti-static powder gets everywhere. I don't want any floaty bits. So, and a way to hold down is with your tweezers. You can hold it in spot just so it doesn't shift too hard, but give it a really good, generous and liberal coating just to make sure there is nothing that shouldn't be there. And then we can use the tweezer again to make sure it's right tucked into that corner, because if we do need to do a double stamp, we need to know that it's going to be in the right spot. Eek. Okay, the other thing you can do is you can stick it down. You can use tape, but it needs to be a double-sided tape because otherwise it runs the risk of leaving an adhesive residue. So I'm going to clip that corner ever so slightly. I don't know if you can hear the ducks, but we've got a pond out the front and it's still quite warm even though it's raining here. And the ducks are merrily quacking away at the moment. Okay, Versamark, as before, giving it a real good, generous, liberal, all the way to the end, up and down, back and front, left and right, all over. And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I try to recap my inks as soon as I use them because it's very dry here. And you'd be surprised at how quickly everything dries out. Now look, I've got that same, I can see through the back of it how well that has taken. But because of my fingers, I'm not going to touch the other side. But I know that that's got a really lovely coating. Can I catch the reflection? Maybe on the close-up. Oh, I think you can just about make it out. But let's go over to my sheet of copy paper. Pop that down, the embossing powder. Let's see how we do with that. Not too shabby. A few little extras that we're going to need to... I can actually hold this now that I know that we're good. Now I'm just going to brush away that extra. Just because keeping this really clean makes a very big difference, in my estimation. And sometimes you do get the odd drifty bit, and it's certainly not the end of the world. It's a card, isn't it? It's decorated paper. We all need a little perspective sometimes. But I just managed to brush some away from where it should be. I don't know if you saw that, but I scooped up some more with my paintbrush, tapped it on, and then flicked, and it's actually refilled that back in. So that was nice. It's nice when it cooperates. Now, using my heat tool, from behind, very quickly realised, use your tweezers so that you're not as likely to burn your fingers. And there it goes. This is one of my most favourite moments. A couple of seconds, I'll put you on the close-up, but look at how beautiful that goes. Such a simple technique, but I love it. Renee, I'm having to work really hard to keep my desk space nice and tidy. It doesn't come naturally, as I'm sure you remember from all of my lives. Tidy is overrated. Okay, so now I'm going to transfer back into my pot my Golden Crown embossing powder. I did actually have a very big clear up just before we started today, because it's very easy in a class to lose what you're looking for. And of course, what with my professionalism that you're also used to, I didn't want that to be the case. Okay, we've now heat embossed our sentiments. And as I say, this is now the bit that if we'd have stamped it a little bit high or a little bit low, you can correct it, you can get away with it. And I mean, you may choose, you may think, actually, I prefer it to be down towards the bottom. And you've got the option to choose because we gave you an oversized piece of vellum. If you get exactly the right size, you have to stamp in exactly the right spot, and you're going to make things more complicated for yourself than they need to be. But the next bit's really good fun. So what I did is I turned it over, and from the back, using our VersaFine, I stamped this arch 3 times. So I'm going to get my messy mat because I think I end up going over the edges, and VersaFine is somewhat messy if it goes over the edges. So just going to, brand new stamp. So I'm going to season it with a bit of hand oil and then with a bit of Versamark. To be fair, with VersaFine, because it is a pigment ink, you shouldn't need to do any of this. It should be fine. But because we're going to go straight on, I'm going to be careful. You can also do this with your stamp positioner, which means that you are much more likely to get it right because you can go again. But I'm inking up, gently dabbing, because this is ever such a fine stamp. If you go on the close-up, you'll see how close these lines are. Very, very fine. But let me show you. So this is the back of Happy Birthday. That's the right way up now. So I am going to stamp essentially over the happy. And something that you have to know about stamping onto vellum, the ink is going to stay wet. The way that ink works is it soaks into the paper, it absorbs and it dries. Vellum, because it's more of a plastic base than a paper base, doesn't allow for anything to absorb very nicely, which is why the pigment is so much better. Now I've held that on there, let it sit for a moment, And that is brilliant. If you go, we'll go to the close-up again. Look at how lovely that looks. And it's really black. And I know you get these effects from VersaFine on vellum. So that's the first one. And I think we're going to do another one. Because I like to do 3 of everything. We will try to keep it. It is upside down, Renee, that's right. It is on purpose. I'm stamping from the back because the black ink will never truly dry. So I want it on the back side of the vellum so that it doesn't get smudged. So black ink on the arch from the reverse side. And I'm going to, in total, stamp 3 of them on the back because it's vellum from the front. I was going to wait till the end to show you, but I want to make it clear. Excuse me. Not the paper, the arch. Let's talk about black ink for the arch. I haven't done any inking so far on the card. I've used black cardstock. And then I've used the white arch. And then I've used the pattern paper arch. So they're on their side. The card opens this way. So the arch is sideways. The arch stamp. Yes. Happy birthday. I've put the correct way up. So I've made it look like a U to stamp. Let me show you the finished card to help. So we've stuck down our card base, our white arch and our patterned arch. Now we're working on the topper parts. All of these stamped arches are on the back side. Are we there? Are we? Oh, brilliant. Okay, I'm pleased. I'm pleased we're. I want to make sure that everybody understands, and if at any point something isn't clear, please ask, and I will be very happy to try my very best to find a way to get us all back on the same page. I'm going to re-ink this again just because I was chatting for so long. So. Give a re-ink. Don't worry if it goes in the middle. That bit is so far retest that it doesn't make any odds. Now, I'm going to stamp another one coming up. And then again, I'm doing the same thing again. I'm letting it sit on there. I'm giving it a moment because the vellum isn't going to grab the ink the way that a traditional cardstock would. I want to give it a time to transfer. So, and then when I peel it off, I do it in one movement. And that again has come out really good. I love this stamp because it's so, the detail is so fine on it. And I mean, there are so many that you could do. You could do a rainbow of rainbows. There's options are endless. I'm going to do one more because 3 is pleasing to the eye. Okay, now this one, I'm going to, oh gosh, put my finger in the ink pad. That's always going to help when you're doing a white card. I'm going to come in from the side for this. I think we're going to put this just about here. Okay. Give it a few seconds. Let it connect. And I can't stress enough, this, and this where we are stamping is going to remain wet now. There we go. Yay! Okay, I'm going to pop that there. I'm going to wipe this mat because otherwise I will tarnish what I do next on it. And then give this a good wiping as well. VersaFine is a fabulous ink, but it is a little bit grubby. But it's worth it. I'm not good at having messy fingers. I need to do more mixed media so that I'm more comfortable with it. Okay, so let's just trying to be somewhat organised as I go, because otherwise I'll have no idea where anything is when I need it. Okay, now I'm going to leave that sitting up there just to dry off a little bit. Messy Mac can go back in the pot. Now, I am going to take the thinnest of peel-offs. Obviously, you get a brand new sheet, and I would have done as well if little pig had managed to pick up the right ones. Bless him, little sweetheart. So, on this piece of ephemera, in fact, I'll pull you on the close-up to show you. There are some printed gold lines. So I'm just going to go over those just to create a little bit of extra sparkly shiny. So I'm popping this one down here using my finger, letting it drop, and then I'm going to snip just inside where that ends. I'm going to do the same on this piece here. So from the white, because there's sort of a frame there, and just before the end again, as if it was almost part of the ephemera piece. And then just for balance, I'm going to put a third one just across the bottom, just because we all know how I feel about the rule of three. So that's going to go in and then off to the side, make sure I'm straight. There we go. And then again, trim that in from the edge. There we go. Just a way to enhance your pattern papers. You didn't find your used sheet. Well, Ilka, next time I'll make sure your kit has one of my used sheets in. Now, that is now what I'm going to call decorated. And the next bit is me popping some adhesive. Now, because we're sticking vellum, vellum's a little bit on the slippy side, so I'm going to use some double-sided tape. You can use glue still, it would be perfectly acceptable, but double-sided tape is a little bit more grabby, and because this is wet ink, this will make this process just a little bit easier on us. There we go. So I've done that. And now I'm going to take those pieces away. She says at some point before Christmas, hopefully. It does actually make sense having the bin on this side for me because I am a lefty, so I get my rubbish and it goes in. But I've always had the bin on the right for some reason. Anyway, this is upside down. This is the way I'm choosing to have it on my card. Let me just show you the finished one again. But it could just as easily go that way up. It's entirely up to you, whichever you prefer. Ducks are all quacking away. They're loving the rain. So this is the correct way up. I am now going to turn it over, keeping it the way up that I want it to be. I'm going to lay it down. And I'm laying it down with my grid mat showing the lines as straight in the middle. Now I'm going to pick this up very carefully not to touch any of the black. And I'm looking predominantly at the happy birthday. Now, whilst looking at the happy birthday, I am going to line that up right in the middle of my ephemera piece. And I'm going to let it drop. Now, that's it, down you go. There. And I haven't touched any of that black ink. Now, I'm going to go all the way around. Because I only put a little bit of tape, I've got the space to go around, making sure that I don't cut within that opening, within that oval, so that I can just trim away these extra pieces so that they don't hang out of the sides or at the top or at the bottom. I'm going to put that bit straight in the bin because it had ink on it. And I just need to trim that tiny little nick there because it's peeking up. Okay, so now, making sure I hold it in the right positions, I can show you that from the front, it looks really cool. It means the heat embossing is on the front of the printing, but stamping on the reverse side of vellum is such a fun technique. You can do alcohol markering on the reverse side. You have to be careful because the inks don't want to blend as well, but there are so many techniques that you can use that involve using the back side of vellum. Because it's see-through, it gives you that extra layer. But I'm carefully, again, going to pop this round this way, and I'm actually going to use a little bit of foam to lift this up so that I can stick it onto my card base. So let's get some foam. How are we all doing? I could do with a drink break if people would like to have a couple of seconds catch up. Don't want people feeling rushed. So let's get this stuck down, bearing in mind I don't want it to hang over in the middle of the oval or off the edges either. And I can stick it over the black, over that ink, that's fine, just don't skid it, because if it does, you have splodgy ink, which is not ideal. And now I'm going to do along that bottom piece there. There are obviously foam tapes that are lovely skinny strips that make doing this very easy, but I wanted to be uniform and stick to the supplies that I told you that we would use. If you have alternatives on your desk that you think would be helpful, fabulous. But the thing is, I don't want to say options, you know, foam strips that are thin and then have people run out and feel like they need to buy them. You don't. What you've got, you can usually make work. And I'm just going all the way around the edge. You don't need to worry because we're not making this into a shaker. It doesn't have to be completely solid around the edges, but what you don't want is for it to do any sort of collapsing. So just up this side here, let's get that piece. Go. And a little bit here. You know what I'd really like invented is a pair of scissors so that that doesn't need to get picked up and put down all the time. Just something maybe that has like a swivel on it so it can hide. Anyway, I feel like all I ever do is pick up and put down my scissors. Okay. And then one last little piece down here, just to give it some support. Okay, so I feel like that isn't going to go anywhere. Well, Renee, I can't wander off and take a break. Not without having Liam find some juggling tricks or some hold music, perhaps. Okay. So just removing all of this backing now. Again, still being super careful not to touch the black. I'm sorry if I keep repeating myself, but I'd be really sad if, because I hadn't hammered it home so hard, that someone made a mistake. Now at this point, touching. Okay, now you have a choice. Centre of the card or centre of the pattern. Up to you. I think they both look good. You can audition them in both spots. And I think because the last one I actually did centre of the card, I'm going to do this one centre of the arch. And when you press it down, just press where the foam is. And what's fun is you've got, on the close-up we can see, because it's vellum, you can see the pattern paper from behind peeking, you've got the inking, and then you've got the heat embossing, and then you've got a nice little bit of shine from the peel-offs there, although that one I've just seen on the close-up isn't stuck quite straight, so I'll just fix that a little bit. There we go, done. Now, this is card 3 completed. So there we go. This is the one I'd made previously where this was centralised, and this is the one I've just made where it's been centralised within the pattern paper. Do you have a preference? Which one do you think looks better? You put your arch facing the other way, and that's great. It doesn't make any odds, it's whichever way you want to do it, Leslie. Would just as easily work that way as well, wouldn't it? I mean, we'd need to flip, but that, yeah, I'm sure that looks lovely. That doesn't work, we still see my hands. Okay, right. So we've made card 3, 3 out of 10. And I'm very pleased to see you're still going, Ilka. Is it super late there? I'm guessing it must be. You made an oops. It's not an oops. It's never an oops. Happy accidents. Okay, so now we're going into card 4. I'm just going to have a very quick sip of water, everybody. Sorry about that. It's nothing like bolting the gate after the horses, locking the gate. Oh, definitely got that wrong, didn't I? Buy more ephemera just for that piece. Well, the ephemera pack is great. I really, really enjoy it. It's loads of, because it goes for everything. It can be any, oh, that's upside down. It can be any kind of card. It's not even 9 p.m. Ah, Ilka, you're expected to be here till the ends then. It's going to be a late one, but it'll be worth it. Okay, so this is what we're going to be making next. And though I say so myself, I'm really proud of this one because it's so heavily stamped and because I'm a type A person and this is not a type A card. But I think it will stand out, it will look really good fun on someone's mantelpiece, and this is very, very different for me. So I'm really pleased to be able to show you this. Okay, but what's lovely is that this is actually not product heavy. This is a card base. You've got your panel. Now this is the 5.5 by 3 3/4 piece. So when it's on your card front, it's the majority of your card base. And then you have these 2 brown strips. And we're going to also be using our brown and our gold, I believe. No, just the brown. Sorry, and the blue. Brown and the blue. So I'll pop those ones away for now. I'll pop my embossing. I've got a system over here. I'm getting there. We will also be using the little pot of goodies because I know everybody loves those. So they're going to go up in the corner, ready for me to knock over. And I did knock them over like 4 times. So if anyone has got away with not knocking them over yet, well done. But it will happen. Now, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stick down our 2 strips. Okay. So again, you can put glue on the back if you feel like you've got a good enough purchase that it's not going to flip in your fingers and end up with glue all over your fingers. Or you can do as I'm going to do, and that is put a bead of glue along either edge. And then we're going to press it in. Now, the side that's important is the outer edge. Or with both of these, we want this to stick. So I've got that on there, and now I'm going to put my fingers on the edge and I'm going to push that brown against it. Wipe away any excess glue that may have squidged out. And then I'm just going to let that sit and set now because that's in the right spot. And I'm going to do exactly the same on this edge. Everybody please, again, thumbs up if the pace is good for you, thumbs down if it's not. And I don't put a dislike on the video or anything, but on the emojis. If you're on the emojis, if I'm going too quickly, there is absolutely nothing wrong with telling me, because I can slow down. But I don't want to be too slow that people are twiddling their thumbs. Okay, so just popped that second one on, double checking again by putting my finger at the tip and then using my nail to nudge that brown right up to the edge, wipe off any excess glue, and now I can sit this off to one side and let that dry. So, repositionable glue on the bottom of your triangle holder. Suzanne, that's brilliant. Do we have any repositionable glue? Because I feel like someone might have stolen it all and taken it all downstairs. Right, so this is our panel. Again, I'm just going to say the measurements again. This is 3 3/4 by 5.5. There are 3 pieces of whites in your kit pack. So I hope you have this piece, because if you hold it over top, this is the piece that we're going to lift it up, but this is the piece that fits between the 2 browns. Okay, right, now we're going to get messy. So I'm going to get my messy mat and we're going to do some stamping. There isn't any really rhyme or reason to how this developed. I just wanted to start playing. I had 2 ink pads, which were the 2 oxides, prize ribbon and scorched timber. And then I used blocks. So, put it on the block. Now, I'm using a brand new stamp. I appreciate I have already made one of these cards, but it's this is a new stamp set, so that I am remembering to do all of the things that you need to do with a brand new stamp. Now, part of this card is the texture that you get with it, which again makes it appropriate and a happy place for masculine cards. So, as much as I want there to be a really good impression, I'm very happy if there is texture to it, if it's not a perfect press, or sometimes even double stamping it. But what I'm doing now is I've put my 3, this stamp that has the 3 swipes, shall we say? Put that onto a block. I've given it a good coating in Versamark. And now this is the prize ribbon ink. And I'm going to stamp. And one of the things that's fabulous byproduct, oh gosh, of these pads is that they're on linen. So there is actual freebie texture when you stamp. So you get to decide how dark or pale or solid or textured you want this to be. I feel like I've given it a reasonable coating, but if I pull you in on the close-up, I'll have to do it quick because I don't want it to dry. But you can see the texture there from the ink pad. And now I'm going to stamp a row up here. I'm going to start at the top, I'm going to let it hang over somewhat, and I'm just going to stamp down. Now, from the edge, I've probably cut off about 1/4 of an inch on either side of the stamp. That's how far I've got it hanging over. And I've pressed it down, and if I don't get a great impression, it really doesn't matter, because this is the kind of card that we're going to get away with that on. So, let's give that a good firm press. And look, there's a bit there that didn't stamp at all. Didn't press it hard enough, or the air bubble. So because of the nature of this card, I can actually just line the stamp back up. And if it's not in exactly the right spot, it doesn't matter. But It's better still, but it's still there, so I'm going to go in for a third. It's there's things that you can do. You can put a mouse mat under where you're stamping, but I'm actually all right with that. And I'm going to ink it all up again and stamp underneath. I don't want them to be uniform. I don't want them to look like they've been printed. This card is about being a little bit outside the lines. So I'm going to stamp again underneath, about there. There's no real careful positioning. Yeah, this is honestly the most fun I've had with a stamped card in a long time, because if it's not right, it doesn't matter. It's going to be different to the first one that I made. I've obviously got a bubble here behind. Let's see if I can relieve that somewhat. Come on, round you go. I'll try that again. But this is the thing with the bigger stamps, it's one of the reasons why the Misty tool has done so well, because if that happens, you get the opportunity to ink and stamp, ink and stamp, ink and stamp until it does it. So the other thing that we can do is I'm just going to pop, where is my pad? Put it oh, there it is. Put it somewhere safe. I'm going to slide my pad of paper, it's just a notebook, underneath. Ooh. And I'm going to put this at the other end. Now, over top again. And now that's taken. You need almost like a little bit of a cushion sometimes. And when I put my pad underneath, it's dragged and done that. It's not a problem. We'll stamp over it or we won't. This card is all about texture and ink and a little bit different. So a few smudges and the different colouring in ink, it's not a problem. Let's make these bottom a little bit more textured and stripy. And I'm actually going to pull these ones in a bit further as well, just to create a little bit more something. Is it je ne sais quoi? Is that what they say? I hope I haven't just said the wrong thing now. It's all right, Liam doesn't speak French either, he's shrugging. There we go, so this has got lots of texture in because I didn't ink it as much. But now I've got a side that's inked, which is great. I'm going to give these a little wipe because we do use these again in our video. My personality very much enjoys when things are straight and that was correct. Thank you, Leslie. Always rely on Leslie to make sure I'm not making a fool of me. We do use these again, so they are worth giving a good clean. Okay, pop those back. Now, at this point, I'm going to get my scorched timber and I'm going to take this stamp, these are the three they're sort of dotted lines, the very distressed looking lines. I'll take those out and I'm going to pop those towards the end on my block. Now, I sort of stamp these as like a cross hatching, so that it's just, yeah, like I think that's the other problem my brain has, is that I try to justify everything. I try to give everything a reason or an explanation. So I'm going to stamp this so that it hangs slightly into the blue, but also off. So there. And if you don't get it straight, doesn't matter. If it wobbles or if it drags, it doesn't matter. This is about texture and colour. And we're just using 2 colours, and we're going to use lots of different textures. So we've stamped one down at the bottom, and then I'm going to stamp one going this way. And then we're going to get one cutting across. And then another one up here. I'm not giving measurements about where these go. I'm going to flip my stamp around for this one. There's not a right or a wrong. It is how you want to stamp your card. This is play in its purest form, as far as I'm concerned. You are just doing what makes you happy. I'm going to put another one, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I am going to add a 5th here. There we go. So we've now got that uneven number again. And then, where's my lid? Keep that protected. Give this a little wipe. And then we're going to swap our stamp out. Okay. Next, we're going to take our ink splatter . So, this stamp I turned upside down so that the straight edge of the stamp was hanging off the side, because these are all slightly staggered. Took that all the way down. This has got 3 lines. You've got the narrower line on one edge and then a longer line on the other. The first one I stamped short edge up, the next one short edge up, this one to the side, short edge in. Then I flipped it up here to be short edge down, and then flipped again here to short edge in. Okay, I will slow that down. The blue is this stamp as we look at it. This edge has got a straight line. If we got a ruler or an acrylic block, you'll see there is a straight line on those 3. But on this edge, they're all slightly different lengths. So I flipped that stamp around this way to stamp down the page. I've moved the bottom ones in slightly just to give a little bit of interest. Next, I took this stamp, which has the 3 lengths. The side that has the shortest length, I had stamping up, shortest length in, I'm calling that. And then another one up here, shortest length up still. Then I turned it to its side, shortest length towards the middle. From the top down, shortest length down. And then right down at the bottom, shortest length in again. So now we've just picked up our ink splatter, and this I'm going to, again with that scorched timber, add some interest so that people can understand where we're going. It's here. Blue down the edge, stamp short in, stamp short in, stamp short in, stamp, short down, stamp, short in. What we're going to do now are these ink splatters. There's only 3, and it's just to go off the sides. Okay. I hope that that's helped. Again, I know that when you're making, typing is the last thing that you want to do. But this one, I'm going to stamp over here near the corner of the cross, overlapping slightly the cross and coming off the edge of the card panel. Coming off the edge makes it all look very organic. So there's one. I'm going to put another one over here, and I'm going to twist my stamp slightly. There is no up and down with the ink splatter. It's whichever way you want, but I just make sure that it's twisted differently to that way, because otherwise it will look like the same ink splatter. And then I'm going to put one more right down at the bottom, overlapping I'm going to flip it right the way up the other way, overlapping the blue, the edge, and a bit of the white space. So there we go, there's our 3 ink splotches. Oops. And, oh, that doesn't go there, that goes there. Okay, clean up my stamp. Okay. Now that goes over there. What we're going to do now is we're going to stamp our sentiment. I chose on my original one, thinking of you. Entirely up to you which way you go. But let's have a little look. Get this back on the sheet. Thinking of you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with what I did on the first one. I'm going to try to remain consistent. It's not usually my strong suit, as I'm sure will be agreed. But okay. Thinking, and I'm going to tuck that right up in there. Thinking, leave a little space of you. I did consider making these all one stamp, but I do enjoy the freedom of all the words being separate. So, because the positioning of this is really important, I am actually going to get my Misty tool to stamp this. I want to make sure that these are crisply stamped. We can take out Happy Birthday, which was from the last card. Let's get those in. There we go. Happy birthday. And now I'm going to pop the whole panel with the positioned stamps in. I'm going to close that over. Now it's up to you if you want to use your blue or your brown. I chose my brown ink on this one, and I'm going to do the same again. But if you wanted to pull a little bit extra blue in, I think that would work really nicely as well. Obviously, we only used the 2 ink pads. I wanted to try and keep the required additional colours to a minimum. But it's up to you. If you want to add lots of colours into this design, that would work wonderfully. Thinking of you. And that works for everything, doesn't it? If someone's a bit sad, if someone's really happy, you can, thinking of you is a really, and it's also just really nice to say just because. So, just giving that a little double inking because I can. And now we have thinking of you. So we are sentimented. Let's pop these back. And we are going to get these back onto the carrier sheet. Ready for next time. Thinking of you. Okay. I keep slipping off of this chair. Need to move it in. I have to remember for next time. So, now what are we going to be doing is there's going to be some heat embossing. But because this is a oxide ink, it takes a minute to set. The way to test whether or not it's humid enough where you are is to do this. Before you do any Versa marking, anything else, test your ink. Because if you tip a bit on and it all falls off like it has on mine, it means it's dry. But if you tip it on and it sticks, it means that you need to do either wait a bit longer, heat set it. Anti-static powder tool can help the process speed up a little bit, but do double check that your ink work is all dry before you do our next part, because I'd hate for us to get embossing powder where we didn't want it. But we do need to do embossing powder at this point because we're going to be popping peel-offs on, and peel-offs really don't enjoy the heat. So we're going to do that stage now. Mine is ready. Mine is happy to do the heat embossing. So let's just bring back that card once more. This is what we're going to heat emboss. Here, here, and here. Just 3 of the stamps, and we haven't actually used this one yet, so it's nice that we're going to get that out. But these stamp sets work really very well for lots of different purposes. Because they're not a thing, there isn't any wrong stamping that you can do. You just, if you stamped this into the wrong spot, it really wouldn't matter. I mean, I am tempted to stamp this card differently to show you how much variation we can put in, and essentially for it to still look really good. When there's shapes like this, it is just play. But what we're going to do first, before anything else, I'm going to anti-static the whole lot. And the way to be really generous with this is I'm going to carefully unscrew and tap out some powder so that I know that there is tons on my card. And I'm going to give that a really good liberal going over. We're only going to be stamping in 3 spots. So, and even if it does go somewhere else, it's not too much of a sadness with this one. I am going to bring the carrier sheet in. Oh no, I'm not, because I'm stamping off the edge. I'm going to bring in the messy mat. Sorry. Messy mat. Okay, Versamark. Let's go to town. So, I'm going to do these one at a time because it is dry where we are. I don't want to suffer. So I'm going to have my splodges going up and down. You can do as you please, however you want to see fit. And I'm going to stamp them directly above these 3 brown lines that we put down earlier. And I am hanging off of the side of the card base. So, giving that a really nice firm press. It's always a very satisfying sound when it peels up. Now we do this, tip on our gold. Oh, up you come. Here we go. And now I'm going to just heat that again from behind until it turns all lovely and shiny, and it won't take long. And if your card starts to warp, bring it back to shape by flipping it round to the front again. There we go, there goes that gold. Shiny, shiny. Do so love this process. Okay, just making sure that all of that is lovely and molten. Oh, glorious. Okay, so just look at that now. Isn't that gorgeous? So, going to do the next one. I'm just going to carefully move that there. We're going to stamp the next one. So let's get the Versamark. Really give it a good inking. Excuse me. And then I'm going to stamp this one actually slightly lower so that it's more inside the card than off like the last one. Just to show you, you can do as you please. Right. Cover that over. Quickly move it out the way. And there's our next one. We'll give this a good scorching. I'm hopeful by the lack of comments that it means that everybody's crafting away merrily and that they're not frantically having their hair change colour because they're trying to keep up. Okay, now we have two lovely little gold. They almost look like dandelions, don't they? This sort of lots of speckles in a nice circle. Right, one more. And we're going to pop that right down here. Now we could come off the edge. We could pop it here. I think we're actually going to have it here off the side rather than off the bottom, because in my original one it was in completely. But I think if we have it here, that's going to balance the card nicely. So, Versamark. Give it a real good coating. And then stamp it down. And I'm going to go slightly higher off the side, but touching here, touching these brown stripes. So all of the gold pieces have touched the brown. I would love to say that there is some sort of really deep and meaningful theory in that, but I'm quite sure that the eyes will seek out patterns in things. So it really helps to have something uniform, especially when it's like this card, not uniform. Okay, so let's just pop embossing powder over that last stamp there. And then, oh gosh, I've just seen where I've tapped that in the bottom. It probably would look really good. That's heat embossing powder there. But it wasn't intended, so I'm going to take it off. But that is also a very fun look when you drag your Versamark around the edge of a piece of card and heat set that. So this won't take too much more. And then we can move into the final piece. I'd love to say of decorating, but we've been decorating the whole time. I think that's what's fun about these sort of stamped cards, is that all of it is the fun bit. So there we go. We now have some shine on there, but again, it's not the in your face, oh gosh, over the top shine. Got a little bit out of hand over here with the embossing powder. Let's give that a little tidy up because we will need it again. It's one of my favourite things about embossing powder is how far it goes, because it goes for what feels like forever. Okay, so copy paper out of the way. Put a lid on this. Okay. Thank you, Cece doll. We've listed them as masculine cards, but by no stretch do they need to be, because I'd be very happy to receive any or all of these. Now, what we're going to do here is the final little piece of decoration. Now, I'm going to show you the original card again, just so that you can get an idea. So we put some stars. There are some of the tiny little gold pieces as well that are sort of sprayed around, not in any sort of rhyme or reason. And then the peel-offs are the brown with gold finish that I've just sort of added in as extra lines. I've also used a gold gel pen to draw some decoration. So I'm going to decorate, and you can comment, sorry, seeing that out of the corner of my eye. You can copy exactly or do as you please, but I will do the gold gel first and then we'll go from there. Let me just pop these back where they go so that when I'm looking for them shortly, I'll be able to find them. So, gel pen, let's make sure on a piece of rubbish. There we go, it's flowing. Okay, so I'm going to start by going around the border of this particular blue piece because there's nothing touching it, and I think that's going to look really nice. I'm not worried. I'm going to wobble my pen a little bit so it's not a super straight. I'm going to go into the blue, into the white, just putting a line around it. If it's perfect, it won't fit with the card. And then I'm going to do the same again, but I'm going to do it down here where on one that's got lots of the brown on as well. And I'm going to go straight over the top. It's got all those lines, it's got the splotches there. And I'm just going to go around those two. Then I am going to, in here, draw a couple of very wobbly lines. Just because we can. And then over this blue one down here, I am going to put in just a couple lines, dashes and lines along this edge. And for right now, I'm going to call it at that. And I'm going to do some peel off decoration. So, for this one, I'm going to use the skinniest, and I'm going to underline, go in between thinking of you, just to put a super shiny line, and then I'm going to snip. So as I say, this is the narrowest of the 3 pinstripes. And now this set down here, I am going to add an additional line in the middle. Just that leftover piece that I had on my finger. And then I'm going to take this piece, which is a leftover piece, which is the middle width. And I'm going to add a line from the top as if there was 1, 2, 3, and now a 4th line. I'm not going to touch that one, and I'm going to bring that all the way to the top, and then give that a little snip. You can go around adding these little bits and pieces where you feel like they fit. So this I'm adding as if it was a fourth line on those 3. And I think I'm going to call that done, just with the peel offs, just so that I continue to move, because I can always come back, can always add more. But next I'm going to do some little stars. Now, on my original design, I have 3 stars at the bottom in a row, which is the only thing on this whole card that's organised. And for some people, they may say, oh, that doesn't work for me. But I actually really quite like it. So I'm going to do the same again, but I'm going to change where they are. I'm going to put them down here, because on the last one, I had this at the bottom. But now I have space here for 1, 2, and 3. So now I've got 3 stars there. Now going to use the 2 smaller sizes to add a few bits around the card panel. So as previously, I'm going to use 3s in collections, and there's going to be 1 large one. So I have a cluster of 3 there. I'm going to have a cluster of 3 up here. Also pop 1 here. 1, 2, 3. I think that should work. Now I'm going to add in 2 little stars next to the medium-sized one. And this is the case of the rule of 3. I'm not having these little stars go over any ink. I'm trying very hard to keep them in the white space so that they stand out really nicely. 1 there, and then we'll pop another one all up there, just in that gap there. So now I feel like we've got the stars nicely done. Next up, we have our little pieces. Now this is free fire. It goes everywhere. So again, I'm going to try to do the 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see how that looks for now. So I've daubed down my glue, counting in 3s, making a rough sort of triangle as I've gone. And now I am popping in some of these waste pieces, not changing the orientation of them. However they've randomly fallen into my little triangle is how they get stuck. Or however they fall out of my triangle is how they're going to get stuck. Again, with the size, the only time that I'm actually being specific about picking a size is if there's only a very small space. And then at that point, I need to make sure that it's a smaller piece or that it's twisted so that it has the gap to... Oh dear, that one landed the wrong way. You can go back in the pot, thank you. That fell off. But I find this sort of card making really therapeutic. Bit of fluff on that one. We don't want that. Okay, now you can go on. Because you can't get it wrong. Once you let go, which is something that I personally do struggle with, once you let go of how you think it is supposed to look or you want it to look, you end up with something that is, as I say, this is very different to anything that I would usually make. But once this has dried, we will attach that down. But what I'm going to do now is pop some foam, and I'm going to pop it onto the base because this is still going to be drying for a little bit. I'll put you back over on the top camera. Now, because I've heat embossed and inked, I want to make sure that it's really straight and stable on my card base here. So I'm going to give that a really nice, good, generous amount of foam tape. Now I'm going to carefully apply my panel. Now to do this, there's different things you can do. You can stand it up and then put the bottom in the right spot and then fold up on, which is very doable but can be a little bit tricky. And because I can't see what I'm doing, I actually prefer to look from over top. Look at the, and it's this bottom line that I'm looking at. If that's straight, everything else is. Oh gosh, try not to get your fingers stuck in the foam tape, of course. And you need to hold it right on the edge. Excuse my head if it's in the way. Sorry about that, everyone. And then we attach that down. And we have made our card. So it is ever so slightly different from the first, but also still the same. I don't know that you'd ever really get two that were exactly the same like this. But I'll share pictures of both of them so that you can replicate one or the other exactly if you want to. So that is card number 4 completed. So when we come back in about 15 minutes, we'll be making cards number 5 and 6. Now for those cards, let me show you what you will need. This is card number 5. And we will need, we couldn't photograph this, of course, because we didn't have it yet. But that small piece of die that we cut away, we will need that for this one. So this is number 5. And then number 6 is this one. Let me just pop those pieces together. This is how card 5 will look once we're done. And then for card 6, we need this piece of pattern paper, which is in fact the same piece of pattern paper as the arches. We're going to need that very thin piece of black, the black square, the acetate square, and then the hexagon. And that one we'll be making a shaker. So you know how I said to you, the more you save now, the better it will be later. It's later. Okay, so we will be back very soon to do 5 and 6. And I'm just going to go and have a very quick coffee to keep me going. I'm hoping everybody's still here and enjoying themselves. I certainly am. But I will see you again very shortly after this 15-minute break. Hello my lovelies, and so we are back. We have made cards 1 to 4, which I'm very quickly just going to show you from over top. Here's card number 1, number 2, number 3, oh, and number 4. So we're starting to take shape. You can see they're all still busy enough. They're not like they're clean and simple, but the overarching is the texture. When it comes to masculine cards, I find it most easy to add lots of texture than to add lots of shine. And usually, we all know me, mega magpie, I like everything to be shiny and blingy. So this is definitely something a little bit different for me, but I'm certainly enjoying myself. I hope you all are as well. So we're going to be making cards number 5 and 6 now. So this is card number 5. So in your kit, the items to pull out are going to be card base. You need the full panel of Magnolia. This is 5.5 by 4.25, so it covers the whole card front. There is one of our stitched label dies in chocolate brown. That small offcut of the die from that very first card that we held back. And then we have one of the ephemera pieces, and this is the brown spot with the gold little pieces and a darker chocolate spot, and then a couple of gold rings. So this is what we're going to make. I'm going to set this out of the way, and we're going to start doing some work with this card base. So firstly, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn our card this way up, and right in the very middle of it do some stamping, which is not what you were expecting, I am sure. But we are going to take our triple stamp and we are going to put that right in the very middle. So I'm actually going to use my stamping tool for this, because I do want to make sure that I get a really lovely thick impression. Ooh. So that goes in. Scorched timber, or whichever your brown ink is that you're using. Give that a good press, open it up, tuck it back into that corner. Now we've used this stamp a couple of times now, so it should be very happy to take the ink that we're offering it. But with this impression of it, I don't want any texture. I want it to stamp in, and I want it to be solid, which is why I've used the Misty. Give that a nice, you can be quite firm when you're stamping these, because they are solid. They need a good pressing. So going all over it again, and I'm going to keep going until they all look really good and solid, because this is the best way to get a really lovely solid image, is to just keep re-stamping until it comes solid, and it will. It will. Using different ink types makes it easier. If you use a pigment ink, then it will want to attach straight away, and you're more likely to get that. But then it will sit on top of your cardstock in a different fashion. Whereas the oxide, because it's a bit chalky, we are very nearly there. I'm going to do one more go. I'm sure it would even out very nicely, but I just want it to be absolute. And it only really bothered about those end parts because I cut away. I'll show you once we've stamped this final one. So what we're doing is we're creating these parts, our sentiments, so we're cheating. We're using the bit of the background that is going to be covered over by the label. There we go. Now they are going to need a good couple of hours to dry, so we'll get that started now. Because we put a few layers of ink on there, haven't we? Give these a good wipe. One thing I love about oxide is how quickly you can get your stamps clean again. Now, let's pull that out. We're going to set this here for a moment whilst I put that back in its home. This needs to go away. Of course, Liam decided in our 15-minute break to cook bacon, so the whole house smells yummy now. Didn't have the opportunity to make a coffee, but he's just made me very hungry. Okay, so now this we are going to cut out. As you please, do it with a pencil. The thing that you need to keep in mind is that you can't go beyond where that label is. So if you cut on that line, you can always check, but you lay this over the top. Can you see your pencil line? If the answer is no, you are safe. So I'm going to do this. You can do this with a craft knife if you want, but I've got quite a spiky tweezer, a spiky end on my scissor that I can just sort of poke. And then this piece, I am going to take and have it sit off to one side and dry. Okay. Now, just for my own sanity, I'm going to erase those pencil lines. No one is going to see it other than me whilst we're working on it now. And I could have made that a much tidier cut, but it is going to be completely covered over. So for the purposes of this, I didn't feel inclined to spend an awful long time, because when we put our card together, it's going to look like that. So it's not unnecessary. Now we're going to take our messy mats, which we should have wiped after the last card, but we didn't. So we'll just give that a little refreshing. There we go. And then I'm going to pop this down. Now, we are going to need to use that same ink, that scorched timber, and we're going to want from the stamp set, oh gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Nearly tipped out card number 6 all over the floor. Eek. In you go. Okay, so we now want the ink splatter. I'm going to pop that onto a small block. Oh, that's the wrong way up. There we go. Pop that on a small block. And firstly, before I do anything else, I'm going to get my blending brush or foam, load it up, and I'm going to smudge. Now, I explained earlier, you can do this where you swirl it on, which is valid, or you can do, which I most often do, and that's this. You get a lot more ink on because you've got your fingers behind the cardstock. You can get a bit of tension behind. And it also means that you don't get these round motions, which sometimes look really nice, but for this card, I don't think the round is really where I want it to go. Now, you don't have to cut the middle piece out first. The reason that I did that, which I know does damage the integrity of the cardstock, is so that I can sit it off to one side to let it dry, because we will heat emboss on it. And we got away with it with the last card, but often heat embossing is not a big fan of happening over, what was it, 5 or 6 layers of ink. So, okay, I've given that a bit of a bit of an inking. And it's not even. I don't want it to look even. I want there to be darker bits and lighter bits and some that look more distressed than others. And now I'm going to go all the way around the edge using this ink splatter. I'm going to put my ink in the middle because I'm going to do second generation stamping. Now, I'm going to start by stamping off a corner. Now I'm going to twist and stamp again. Then I'm going to twist and stamp. And then I'm going to twist and stamp again. And I'm actually going to go in on a third stamp over there. The thing about generational stamping is that you can make one ink colour perform in lots of different ways if you just keep stamping it. You want to be careful to not be too regular. Make sure you go off the edge. Make sure that you're twisting your stamp, because otherwise you'll end up with a pattern going around the edge. But once you've got your chocolate label die on top, it will look great. But you've got third generation, fourth generation. You can just keep going until the stamp is dry. Let's not actually. Let's give that a really good. And this almost makes it look not dirty, but this is the sort of thing that I would almost expect on the edge of a treasure map. And I don't know any chap that doesn't like the idea of finding a treasure map. So on this one again, I use the sentiment thinking of you, but any of them work. So it's whatever you would like to use. Don't feel in any way pressured to go along with me. Also, I do really enjoy leaving my cards sentiment free. I think if there isn't a sentiment on there, it means that it's available for you to add a sentiment as and when you need that card. I'm trying to keep the third generation sort of on the inside so that there is a bit more of that magnolia peeking even through our ink blending and our stamping now. But we're getting towards the end. Let's give one more stamp there. Okay. Stamp that down, give it a twist. And we're twisting it once more for that third generation. And now this is fourth, fifth. Yeah, and then we're out. But we've gone all the way around the edge. That's one tiny little stamp, one ink pad, and we've managed to create quite a unique border there, which I think is really good fun. So let's get that over there. We'll clean our messy map and our stamp and get those put away. I'm working on the basis that because we haven't seen any questions, that either people are making along or have muted me so that they can just watch and listen to their music. But I'm very happy to answer questions, and I'm very happy to be told to slow down as well. I want this to be at a pace that's comfortable for everyone. Popping my stamp back so that we know where it is. Go. Now, let's have a look, shall we? We can put the messy mat away. There we go. So this is going to be a top fold card. Making along and keeping up, it's still a tiny bit fast. Okay, thank you very much. Laundry, Leslie. Don't swear at us on a Saturday. Goodness. I haven't done mine either. Okay, I will take it at a more gentle pace. Thank you, Doreen. Genuinely appreciate the feedback. So, off to one side, we have our stamped triple swipe, should we call it? And I think that's drying quite nicely now. It still feels a little bit tacky, but it's doing its thing over there. I have now stamped I have now stamped the edges, so I'm just reading the comments. It's lovely. It's lovely knowing that I'm not here on my own talking to myself. Okay, so this, again, let's cover over the whole. This is how we're going to look. So this one is actually coming out quite a lot darker than my example one, but I like that. It's a bit more grungy. It's got a bit more body and a bit more depth. But, so, we can attach this now onto our card base. Remove. There's always a little bit of glue snot each time I pick this up. Okay, let's get this glued down. I'm going to put a nice generous amount of glue. Would you all in future classes prefer there to be some music in the background that I mute down while I'm talking? Or do you prefer me to continue to try to talk the whole time? Which is easier? Again, I'm going to look for that fold. That corner is the one that I am focused on the most. And I'm going to stick this, allowing it gently to come down, covering over that corner, down that edge. And I'm bearing in mind that the ink is probably still no music. Great, thank you. No, that I really appreciate that. It's just because I talk a lot and I think maybe people are really sick of me. No music, brilliant. I don't like working with music, it distracts me anyway. Okay, so I have now stuck this down, as I say, using the guide of the fold to get that on there. And then along that edge, and if it needed trimming, I could deal with that afterwards. Right, I'm really grateful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will know that I just need to find more talking points sometimes. Okay, now we have our panel. And this panel we're going to emboss. So, as before, we're going to spritz. So I'm not going to do this over my desk because I don't want to have a wet desk. So I'm just going to twist slightly. I'll lean back so you can see me in the bottom corner. But I'm giving this a nice misting on both sides. And then straight away, before it dries, I'm going to pop it straight into the embossing folder. Now you can choose which way up you want this. If you want to have the spots popping up, put your stitching towards the black spots. If you want the negative side, if you want it to be more of a polka dot background, then flip it the other way up. But you can tell where you are spot-wise by looking through it. And I'm slightly coming off the edge here and here, but that looks great. So I'm going to pop this in my die cut machine using my embossing sandwich. And run that through. Look at how lovely and clean this is, just ready for me to mess up. Okay. Now, put those down. Isn't that amazing? So pretty. I really, really love this embossing folder. Slightly damp still in spots, but it won't take long for that to dry. And if you wanted to, you can. This is just a microfiber cloth. Okay, question. My card base is smaller than the card. Do you think I should also add ink to the white card? Either that or trim your card base down. I think it's probably easier to trim down to make it look smooth than it is the other way around. Okay, does that make sense? Is that helpful? I'm going to have Liam keep up on that comment and I'm going to keep moving forward, okay? Any further, then please ask me. So here is the lovely embossed brown. So you could have it this way up if you want. I think I prefer this. I like the little spots popping up. And now, as you can see, when we lay that over top, okay, I'm pleased. Okay, good. Good. We can lay that over top, and this is how we're going to look. Now, this little offcut piece doesn't look like very much, but when you pop it directly behind this ephemera piece, it's more than enough, isn't it? Anything more and it might overpower the ephemera because it's not an enormous piece, but just a little something, a little bit of texture to pop in on the side there. So I'm going to pop that on, and then these, thinking of you. And we can stamp these any which way we like. And as it happens, this is the longest one at the bottom. So I'm going to stamp that one with thinking, this one of, and this one you, just because of the lengths of them. And I'm just going to have a little, I do actually feel quite damp still. I really did juice those up. My fingers are filthy. Just, sorry everyone. Just going to very quickly have a wipe. I am going to heat set that somewhat. If I can open the baby wipes at any point. Oh, yeah, I got there. Thank you. It's because they're new. Right, I just need to clean my fingers a little bit. I'm getting not very good at having dirty fingers. Okay. Right. It's all well and good getting inky, isn't it? But then when it goes everywhere where you don't want it, it's a different story. Okay, that's better. Now, still didn't move my chair in far enough. Okay. I'm going to prepare these now. And to be honest, it wouldn't hurt for there to be a little bit of sprinkly embossing powder on the outside edges. But let's have a test, shall we? You know how I showed you earlier? Let's see how it would fare if we put embossing powder over it right now. Oh, there's another little piece of that die. We need those for the next card. Right. Okay. So, I'm not going to do loads, just enough that, and look, you can see that has stuck. That's how wet this ink still is. So what I'm going to do is dry brush. I'm going to encourage it off of there. And I'm going to put some heat onto the back of this, because otherwise when I stamp my sentiment, it's not going to be visible at all. It's just going to be a big blob. So tweezers, because this isn't the largest piece of cardstock. And I'm just going to heat this a little bit. It's on me as well for putting on so many layers of ink. I'm very well aware. But I'm happy for there to be some look of distressing with the gold in different spots as well. But I don't want it to overpower, and I think it will. So let's see how that does. I'll have to let it cool a bit, otherwise I'll put the powder on and it will immediately melt. So now, and that tapped straight off, so that's great. We now know, having given it a little test before there was Versamark and goodness knows, you know, all the different everything exactly where you want it to be. And then it all goes wrong because the ink's not dry. So let's pop this back. We won't put it away too far because we'll be using that momentarily. So let's get the Misty tool. And we're going to need our stamp set. Now at this point you might want to cut a straight line so that you can butt it up. I think we are going to do that because having straight lines means that it will tuck nicer. See, I'm going to put it in the wrong side for the bin. I think I've conditioned myself to having the bin on the wrong side. Okay, so now that tucks nicely into that bottom corner. I'm going to take my stamp set and use the Thinking of You because there's the 3 stripes. You could, of course, have Happy Birthday and just do 2, or Hello, or Best Wishes, however you please. But I wanted to do Thinking of You. Thinking of You. There we go. Now, the stripe at the bottom is the largest, so that's where Thinking is going to get stamped. U is the middle one, so we'll pop that there, and then Of is the shortest of them all, so at the top. I'm actually going to use my tweezers to place these because they are little and there's 3 of them, so I don't want my fingers to get in the way of the others once they are positioned. In a little bit, there we go. And this one can just come down a tuck. Right, so those 3 are where I want them to be now. Don't worry that they're out of order because we're going to fussy cut around all of them. Let me just show you again here. Thinking of You. So very straightforward. I'm going to close this over, pick up the stamps, and at this point, lots and lots and lots and lots of anti-static powder. Don't worry if it makes your ink look chalky. It's actually a good thing if it does. And the reason it's a good thing is it means that it's all covered. Right, Versamark ink, or watermark, whichever it is that you're using. And give that a really nice, generous coating. There we go. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I am going to give that a second go. It felt like it clung, but there was also an awful lot of anti-static powder down there, which would help get dry very quickly. Okay, how are we doing now? That looks really good. Okay. Quickly move this out of the way. Back in with the copy paper. And lovely. And so now we've got these all stamped. Now there's quite a lot of noise around the beginning of Thinking. And when I say noise, I mean embossing powder that's kind of not where it's supposed to be. So I can make a choice. I can touch it away, or I can think, you know what, it's just going to look a bit grungy. And I'm okay with it looking a bit grungy, but I've taken away the worst of it, the big clumpy bits. I'm going to hold that with my tweezers. And then from behind, give that a heat set. And I'm really hoping, because it's over the dark, that you're going to see that really wonderful transition, because it is one of the best bits about card making. Oh, there it goes. And there is a little bit of noise of embossing powder on all of them, and I think it actually adds to it and makes it look really good. Let's pull that round the right way. There we go, look. And on the close-up, you can see there is a slight smattering of those little bits of gold elsewhere, but it actually adds to it. Makes it look a little bit more grungy. So, let's have a little tidy up. Okay. Taking it all back into that little pinch. Okay, copy paper over there so that I know where it is when we come back to do it again. Heat embossing is what got you started in card making. I can well imagine. I think the first ever wedding invitations that I made, they wanted their names heat embossing. And this was very, very long time ago. So I used a Versamark pen to write their names. I think it was like 120 times. So, yes, I was very keen on heat embossing until it was my handwriting. I am now going to fussy cut these out. Now, fussy cutting is not my strong suit. I can't offer lots of tips and tricks. The only thing that I can suggest is if you really struggle with doing it like I do, I try to cut as many lines straight as I can, like I just did there. But you move the cardstock, not the scissors. And fussy cutting on cardstock this thick as well, it does make it more challenging. So that's not a you thing if you're finding this somewhat trickier. The fact that I'm a lefty, using right scissors as well doesn't help me, but I can't use left scissors to save my life. So we're just stuck with me looking a little bit like I'm holding the scissors incorrectly and making the best where we can. So I am just cutting around, going around those little corner edges. And now I've left a very small border. It's really tiny. And you could cut it away completely if you wanted to. I left it there so that it would stand off of the chocolate label panel. So I'm going to do the same for all three of these. In fact, I don't need to fussy cut too hard at the back end of these because a lot of it gets hidden, but it's nice to have the option. And if it's all been fussy cut properly, then we're more likely to be able to choose where we want the sentiment to go rather than it being dictated because we made a hash of the cutting behind it. So, okay. I think there's somebody out mowing their lawn. It has been raining quite heavily all day, and there are some very proud lawn people here, but to be out mowing in between the showers, that is a real commitment. Okay, we've got a lot of rain this weekend. Apparently we've got up to 10 millimetres due. And then we have thunderstorms next week. I do love the storms here. They're fabulous. Especially when you're all warm and cosy at home and you don't have to be out driving in it. Okay, so I've nearly finished my third one. Okay, so I've got my 3 sentiment pieces there. No rain at your house yet. Oh, we've had loads. I was woken up with it this morning, Leslie. It was really going for it. Don't know exactly what time it was. Maybe 5, 5:30. But it was intense because we had the windows all open because it gets so hot here. Okay. So, let's do a dry fit, shall we? Just so that we can have a look. So we have our label that's now embossed. Hope for rain tomorrow, so it cools down a bit. Oh, I really hope. I'm guessing it's really hot there. My family in England have been saying that it's been like the hottest May on record, which is bananas. So we have, I'm going to just, I might orient this a little bit different. And then we have thinking, which can tuck of all the way in. I mean, thinking we can have come out a bit further. Thinking of, and then you. Now, that is more of a spin. On this one, I had them all relatively straight. Your heat emboss blobbed. But to be honest, Leslie, I think they look great. Alternatively, flip the cardstock over and stamp it again and heat emboss it again. No one will know that what it's got on the back. That's one of the joys, isn't it? No one knows that all of my cards are covered in tape behind the scenes. Okay, so this one is quite straight, and I'm thinking on this one I might make them. No, I'm going to stick with what I did, and to stick with what I did involves attaching and then thinking of, and then you. And then we have to trim on inside of the circle. It was over 30 degrees, oh my gosh. Right, well, I'm going to start doing some attaching down. Let's just encourage this to be a bit flatter. Before we assemble, let's see these circles. They need a peel off. I'm going to take the narrowest of these. No, I'm not. It was the brown, I believe, that I actually shared that you should be using for this. You could use the moon dust. Still fussy cutting. Okay, Doreen, that's fine. I'm gonna calm it anyway. These are much more easy to apply than the moon dust. So I'm going to use the thinnest of the brown. You can use the moon dust, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the circle here, and your peel off will play and it will go. So I'm going to drop this down here. I'll put you on the close-up actually so you can see this. It's not difficult, but just take your time with it. Attach the peel off down with your finger, and then I'm going to guide it around the outer circle. I'm going to let it touch, use my nail to hold it still, and then press my finger over top. And I'm just going to do that every maybe quarter of an inch, guide a bit further, use my nail to hold it, and then press down. And then another quarter of an inch, guide it, use my nail, press down. Now, I've been doing this for years, so please don't feel any kind of way if it takes you a bit longer. But it is quarter of an inch. Hold it with your fingernail, the tip of your thumb, or a tool if you prefer. Just hold it down and then press it with the other one. And if you're doing sort of a quarter of an inch at a time, the peel off will fold with you. And then you get all the way around, and before you know it, you've actually managed to complete the circle. So if anybody wants an extra 15-minute break in between the cards, please comment. If you're here live and you want it added, it's not a problem, because on the replay we remove all of the breaks. So please feel free to mention if you would find that more comfortable. This is your class. I want what's going to make all of you happy. Okay, so now I'm just going to trim off where they join. what you can see is we've now got this extra shiny shine around that circle, and it's not trying to buckle up, it's not trying to run away at any point. And then you just give it a really good smoothing over with your fingertip and put the rest back on the sheet, which I think looks lovely. So that's worked out quite nicely, hasn't it? Now that my peel off is ready, I can start to actually assemble. So I'm going to pop my hatching here. Now, in my previous one, I actually managed to salvage a bit more so that it comes out here. But this is fine because this is just going to come to the top. And what that means is when I turn this over, there, I'm going to grab my pencil because I've got it in the spot that I like it. I'm going to do a line here because that's where the corner of it goes on my ephemera. And then I'm going to draw a very loose edge here. Okay. Within that area, I can put foam tape. So let's foam the back here. Using pencil on the back of your ephemera is why it was a game changer for me. Knowing that I could line something up, it could go exactly where I want it to. I know how it's going to look at the front, and yep, line that goes there, that goes there. I can press that down from the back without flipping backwards and forwards 40 times to make sure. Then I can stick my foam where my pencil line is, knowing it's not going to be showing from the front, and it's made everything much calmer. So let's pop this piece here. That's it. Now I'm going to put a little bit around on this arch, but I'm going to wait until after I have stuck down my sentiments. So this is how my topper piece is looking now. It's really starting to take shape. Everything's where I want it to be. It's all nice and tidy. And now I'm going to have my thinking here of, perhaps we'll drop that down a little bit, of comes to there, and then U comes out here. So we're going to pop a piece of foam tape, just one layer deep. Oh crap, that made a load of noise. Now, I'm going to cut this in half again because that's too wide and it won't flex with me. Now, let me bend this around. It's pretty much the same as what I just did with the peel-offs, although the peel-offs will bend much nicer, and it's only because of the release paper that this won't take the corners very well. So you can take the release paper off and it will fight you a lot less. So, there we go. I'm going to take off the release paper from these two single layers. Now, thinking is going to be up here towards the top, there-ish. Now, I'm just going to do this and I'm going to trim away that excess. I put my thumbnail right by where I want that to sit. There we go. So now we have thinking, and now of is going to attach underneath, And when I do this, I'm looking at the bottom of this sentiment, and I want to keep the gap straight all the way along that edge. And I've just pressed that very gently in, because now I can guide my scissors behind that foam and trim away the extra, because we don't want it showing from the inside. And now that's in perfect placement. Now finally we have you, and I'm going to have this one stick out a little bit further, and I'm going to make sure that this gap here is replicated here. So that goes there. Lovely. Give that a nice press in, and then I'm going to do the same as before by guiding my scissors directly underneath. And now I have my 3 sentiments floating, and then when I pop them on here, this is going to look very nice. Now, the other thing that I did, okay, let's pop these in the bin. The other thing I did was with you can choose either the middle or the narrowest. But I'm going to get the embossing folder again. Now this has already been embossed and it's all dry now, so it's all happy. And now that it's dry, we're going to play with the peel-offs. I'm taking the middle width here, and I'm going to put it in the middle, coming out to the edge. Do kind of want it to be straight. It's not right in the middle because I'm going to do 2 of them. I'm going to trim off the edge. You can do this on the first pass, but because you have to mist the paper, the cardstock, so that it doesn't warp, it won't want to stick very well. So I would recommend attaching these on after it's dried, after the first misting has been dealt with. And let's just put the 3rd one down just for good measure because we're here. So I've put 3, that's 1 peel off, which is the medium width from the edge going towards the middle. Now I'm going to open my embossing folder and I'm going to find the spots that it sat in before by moving it around until it doesn't want to move anymore, and it will stop wanting to move when all of the spots are in the right position. Now I'm going to push this through the die cut machine. So that can go in. And turn it back on again, it's timed out. Press run. And this is now going to emboss our peel-offs. So let's pour you in on the close-up with this. How cool does that look? So you want to make sure your peel-offs run over some of the spots as well. But you spritz emboss your cardstock, you let it dry completely, and then you add a few peel-offs on top, and then you make sure that you match it back up. And when you put it back in, it's not difficult because you just sort of you thumb it around until it locks into place, and then close it up, and now you have embossed peel-offs too, which is another fun extra when it comes to texture. Oh, extra texture. Okay, so now I am going to assemble this all up onto my card. So, I'm going to pop foam behind the embossed panel. So that we get a bit of lift, but not too much. Okay. And then okay, so remove the tape. And now I'm going to position this in the centre, covering over that hole. So I'm looking at the top and bottom and then the side to side. So when the top and the bottom are in the right spot, I then double check side to side, make sure that we're all equidistant, and then smooth that down. Okay, now I'm actually going to lift this as well. So I've already got lift here. I can't put anything there, but I can support all of the sentiments. So let's get some of this on to help it out a little bit. I'm going to just trim this strip to be a little bit narrower. Okay, just so that it's easier to attach on. There, that can go back on the roll. And now this all has the same depth of foam. And then I want my sentiment straight, thinking of you. I want that on the horizon, and I'm not going to be too concerned about any of this as long as these are straight. Now, if you're not bothered, you could, you can go jaunty as you like, whatever it is that you prefer for your card. I am going to attach this all down now. If I can get the release off of the back. Or I could peel the whole thing off. Okay, so we want you there. Trying to jump away like that. How very dare he or she. Okay. Now, focusing on the sentiments. They are the bit that I want to have correct and straight. And then I am just going to allow that all to fall into the right spot. Thinking of you. And that, my lovelies, is this card completed. So it's different but the same to the previous. I'm going to pop in a 5-minute break because I want to make sure that everybody is having a fair opportunity of having this class live in case there's any questions. If you're watching this on the replay, don't worry, I will edit the breaks out. But we will have 5 minutes and then we'll be back to make card 6, which is this shaker card. And for this card, you are going to need these items. So, card base, gold moon dust with gold finish pin, the inky splatter, the very narrow black strip, the hexagon, the acetate square, the black cardstock square, and your little tray of shaker pieces. We're going to take 5 minutes just to give everybody a chance to catch up, and then we'll be right back. Okay, we're about to start, everyone, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, my lovelies. I'm hoping that 5-minute reprieve may have helped you catch up a little, and that maybe you're more able to jump forward and catch in with me. I will do that perhaps in between each card now, depending on how the feedback that we get is. I look forward to you sharing your cards when you're able to, Suzanne, darling. Thank you for joining us. Okay, right, so this is the card that we're going to be making next. And this is card number 6. So we're halfway through our fun today. And if you've got this far, well done. If you're watching this on the replay, yeah, I really hope you're enjoying yourself. So this card does require these bits and pieces. I like to have all the pieces together before I start making, once it's a card I've created once before, because then that way it feels like I'm not scrabbling all around my desk, and the only thing that I can end up losing is my my tools. So we're actually going to start off by stamping on our card base. So let's go. In fact, sorry, I've made a boo-boo here. This one under here. Just trying to keep track of everything and where it is and what I've done. So this one is the one that we've just finished. Thinking of you, with lots of lovely shine. That goes over there. Right, sorry, I have a system. Now, from your stamp set, if you can take your 3 straight lines, and you're going to need your VersaFine ink and an acrylic block. So I'm going to use my long block. I'm going to try to line this up so that it is straight on my block, so that I can kind of rely on the edges. Loved the break, needed to clean up a bit. Yes, Ellen, it does get like that. It gets a little bit overwhelming. It's nice to take a sip of water. It just gives us the opportunity to have a moment. And I will keep popping those in, I think, because it gives me a chance to reset my desk and prepare for the next card. And if anyone wants a couple of minutes, then it helps. Right, so we've got our 3 straight lines here. We've got our card front. Now, if it's easier for you, open the card front up, but remember to work on this side, which feels a little bit alien because usually we start off on the left-hand side, but we're working on the card front. Okay, now VersaFine in Onyx Black, and I am going to ink up the 3 lines by gently pressing it in all the way up and down. Okay, now I am going to add some detail around. I'm going to be putting some pattern paper down here after, but if we stamp first, then it means that we can cover over and we don't need to worry too much. Now, my first stamp, I'm going to have the shortest of the 3 towards the fold, okay? And we're going to stamp that about an inch and a quarter from the top, and about 1/4 of an inch in from the edge. I'm only giving you a rough measurement in case you're wanting to try to follow exactly. But okay, so we have 3 lines. I'm actually going to get the messy mat because we are going to stamp off the edge. So let's lay that down. Okay, now I am going to re-ink the stamp and my finger. Everybody gets another minute or 2 break, because otherwise there'll be a black pinky mark on all the cards going forwards. So let's deal with that first. Right, okay. That wouldn't have been helpful, would it? Right, so now I'm going to stamp. I'm actually going to turn this because I find it easier to hold my block sideways rather than upright or down. This is the top of my card, this is the top edge. And I'm going to stamp off of it about 1.5 inches in so that all 3 lines will touch the top and then drop in. Smallest towards that crease again. So we have those 3 lines now. And then I'm going to ink again. Just to make it different, I'm actually going to flip this so the shortest side is now pointing towards the top. And I am going to stamp these ones, both these 2 hanging off the edge of the card, this about 1/4 inch in, and stamp that down, give that a good impression. So we've now got the 3, and then I'm going to do one that comes in that's actually horizontal. So I'm going to be able to turn my paper back. Turn it whichever way makes you most comfortable. Do what, you know, this is how it's going to work best for you. So now I've got the shortest length pointing towards the bottom of the card, and I am going to do the same again where I have the 2 longer ones hanging off the edge and the shorter one coming in. Giving that a nice press, and now I'm going to call that done. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that doesn't follow the rule of 3, but you will see that once everything's all built together, it works nicely. So give my stamp a little bit of a wipe before I put it back on its on the sheet. There we go. Let's put the ink block back. Acrylic block, I should say, not ink block. Okay, now it goes there. Let's prepare this little wipe. Okay, so we've really relatively cleaned up. See, when I was a child, I used to watch Blue Peter. I don't know if you have that here, but in Blue Peter, it would be like, so there's this, and then it would just walk away. It would get passed out of the way, and then it would just reappear clean. I think I need to get Liam to get a little bit more on board with this. So now I've got my card base with these 4 stamped sets of lines. Now we're going to take the pattern paper. We're going to start building up from the back first. And you get to choose which orientation you have your paper in. It's your card. I think all of them work really nicely, to be honest. But we're going to cut 2 1/4 inches by 4 1/4 across. So I'm going to do this with a ruler. I like to cut this sort of a measurement with a pencil and a ruler because I don't like wasting my cardstock or my papers. So, but if you would prefer to use a trimmer, please go ahead. But I'm going to measure this at 4 1/4 inches in, and then I'm going to drop it down by 2 1/4 inches from the top. So that's going to be here. And then this should be 4 1/4 exactly. Yep. So the first thing I did was measure 4 1/4 from the top along that edge, and then I put a mark. And I use these lines here on the ruler to line up with the edge of my paper to know that I'm square. And then from here, I'm able to measure 2 1/4 inches down from my pencil mark, again, making sure that those lines on the ruler are the same as on the paper. And I can draw my line 2 1/4 inches down, And then this is just a really lovely opportunity for me to double check my measuring, because 4 1/4 here to that bottom dot, and then draw the line, and I know that I have now got a panel that I can cut with scissors with relative confidence that I've done that correctly. Sorry, I'm struggling to get my, there we go. I like to use a really nice long scissor to cut these sort of pieces, because the fewer times you have to open and close your hands, the fewer opportunities there are to get those little hangy bits of hair. Okay, the pattern paper I am cutting at 4 1/4 wide by 2 1/4 tall. So I will show that again, but you're covering the whole width at the bottom of the card. Let me pop that out of the way now. This is your card base. We're covering the whole width, 4 1/4. Yes, thank you, Renee. It's because Liam uses centimetres and millimetres. He can't get his head round. And then we are 2 1/4 tall. And you can, as I say, you can turn your paper to get whichever part you like the look of, but I liked this bit. And I'm now going to just wet glue that straight onto my card front. Okay. Looking at the bottom corner where there is the fold, because that is the most important corner, because once that's there, we can get that on. Oh. Right. Okay. There we go. I am going to just trim off that very tiny bit that's hanging over. And then we have this. Now we're going to need that tiny thin little piece of black, which is 1/8 of an inch tall by 4 1/4 wide. So we'll pop that. That's going to run across. So as we did earlier, I'm going to put the glue directly onto my card base in a very thin bead right next to the pattern paper there. And then I can pop the black down and push it right up against that pattern paper, and it just gives that really lovely seamless look, and black and white is so striking. So we pop that there, and then I'm going to take the widest of the 3 widths of my gold moon dust with gold finish, and I'm going to pop that. Now this one, the bottom one, I'm going to stick onto the pattern paper. I want to keep that whole 1/8 of an inch visible. So I'll stick that there without trying to get my head in the way. I'm sorry if I have. There we go. So that's that stuck down there. Using the edge of the card as a guide. And now we can do a butting up situation. And I'm going to stick this peel off on the white card base, not covering the black. Now you may say, oh, that piece you've got isn't long enough. Let me show you how we deal with it when it's not long enough. We stick it down. On the close-up, I'm going to show you that if you make sure that you've cut the end, the the rounded ends won't work. You have to use an end that's been snipped. So I will take my next one. I am going to snip off the tiny little piece from the end. And now I can line this up so that it butts up perfectly. So now I'm not left with a sheet of peel-offs that's got lots of half started, and it's, oh dear, just tipped over the triangle, didn't I? We need it for this card. Okay, so it's okay, I can work it out, I think. Okay, so I'm going to pop this back on here, ready to use on the next one. And then trim away the overhangers. Are going to end up back in the pot. Okay, so sorry about this everyone, I just tipped over the triangle, which was going to happen, especially as we need it for this card. Right, okay. Nearly there, sorry everyone. Right, so we have card base, we have pattern paper, and we are now going to make our shaker. So to make our shaker, we need to take the black, the acetate, and this piece of ephemera. Okay. Firstly, we're going to stick the acetate onto our ephemera piece. Because it's acetate, I'm going to use some double-sided tape. Because it's plastic, wet glue will do the job, but I find it to be a bit slow when I'm trying to show something live, and I don't want it to skid off where it's not supposed to be. I'm not too concerned about there being a complete continuation all the way around. I just want to make sure that it's not going to go anywhere. The acetate to the front piece, if you like, is, there we go. There we go. So lots of tape. Now removing the lots of backing. With acetate, you can use all sorts of adhesives. You could even use foam at this point as well if you wanted to set your shaker back. But because I would rather the space be in front. Any minute now I'm going to be able to get some of this release paper off. What do we think? Any minute now. I'm going to have to get my knife out. I haven't had to do that for a while. Dear oh dear. If no one was watching me, it would come off first time, wouldn't it? Now, do we still have Ilka and Alyssa with us? Or have the ladies that were here from Germany gone to bed? It's okay, Leslie, don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to find it. I can't get this release paper off of my sellotape. Okay. 2 more. Please do be careful if you're removing tape the same way as I am, that you don't end up accidentally stabbing yourself in the thumb, because I have done it historically and it's not fun. But it does get the release tape off. Right, haha, in the end we got there. Okay. So now I'm going to stick my acetate down. Very well aware that my acetate is bigger than my ephemera piece. Oh, it's still there, Ilka. Very good. What time is it there now? Right, so now I'm using my scissors. I'm going to slide them between the acetate and the ephemera piece. And I'm going to trim away so that all of the acetate remains behind the edging of the ephemera piece. I much prefer to do it this way than to try to cut it down beforehand and then line it up and get it stuck perfect. It's a personal preference, but that I think was much easier. So I've now got my window ready to go. Okay, let's get rid of that. Now, I'm going to, give myself a splinter with acetate. Do be careful doing that. That's going to be something I have to deal with later now. I'm going to use some foam, just moved the table, haven't I? It's on wheels. I'm going to use some foam strips. Now, there's lots of different ones on the market. You can absolutely use foam tape, which you fold in half and then cut into thin strips. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to use these, and I am going to work my way around the edge. Now, I'm going to go as close to that hexagonal cut as I can without going into the window, because I want all of my shaker pieces to sit as close as possible to the top, because if you put your recess down here, all of the shaker pieces will fall down when your card is stood upright. So if you keep tucked close, they have to sit in view. Okay, now that's a tiny weeny bit. I might put that one over here. There we go. Now I'll take another one. Stick that down, and as I go on each of these, I'm making sure that I'm pushing the next piece of foam into the last so that there is no tiny little gaps. Now, getting all the way around, I've got one more to go. And this is almost the hardest one. I'll pull you on the close-up, because all of the rest of these, as I'm sticking them, I'm pushing them into the last one. But this final one, I have to stick so that it touches here and here. So I'm going to push that one against and run all the way along and overshoot a bit so that I can now snip from this side there. And then I'll pop this back on there, because you never know. And now from the front you can't see my foam, but from the back it's all nice and tight up to that edge. Now, anti-static powder tool, you want to go all the way around the inside, because sometimes in the machinery process of making the foam strips or foam tape, adhesive gets dragged into the cuts, and you don't want there to be any sort of sticky anywhere within that well, in the corners or along the sides of anything, because then your small shaker pieces will get stuck. Now, I'm just going to do a quick double check. All of the rest of your, whatever you've managed to salvage, can go in. All of it. I've put it all in. It doesn't matter which way up it goes. There's white or gold. Now that that's all in there, I'm going to very carefully, and you do need to be careful, and look at how my fingers are. I am holding the die cut on, or the ephemera piece, on both sides as I remove these, because it's happened before. I've peeled one up and it's pinged, and then everything's gone flying everywhere. You can add your shaker pieces in after you've removed the tape, but you run the risk of them landing on the tape, and then you've got a whole different battle ahead. So this is the way I find it most easy. Oh, we've already got an escapee. In you go. This is the way that I find it most easy. Now, all 6 of those are sticky and visible. Next, you take your piece of black And make sure you cannot see any foam tape. That's the only thing that's important. You don't want to be able to see any foam. Don't worry about the ephemera piece. It's not important. And now that that's on, with your finger, go around the edge of that foam and give it a really good press. And now, you flip that over, you've got a shaker card. And because we've put the black cardstock there, it doesn't matter if it's the white side or the gold side that's showing. How cool is that? Okay, so now I need to go around and do as I did with the acetate and just trim off. So on the close-up, I'm going to show you this. Now, this way, can you see the foam in there? I'm just going to lay my scissors next to the foam and trim. I'm not going to damage my foam. I am just cutting away, and I can look down, I can double check just to make sure that I'm not going to hurt anything. And I'm just trimming that black back so that it's not overhanging anywhere on top. So let's pop these pieces all in the bin now. There we go. And it's now time to decide where we want to attach and how we want to attach. I think I'm actually going to make this ever so slightly different to my last one. And I'm going to put this up here because I'm used a different piece of the pattern paper. In my first one, I had a gap at the bottom. I was like, oh, I can put my sentiment down there. But if I put this ever so slightly to the edge, I can fit my sentiment in here on this one. I mean, I could put it down here or down here, but I think it would actually look really good there. So I'm going to give it a little audition, see if it fits, and it does. That looks great. So but before I attach my shaker, I am going to get my small acrylic block, attach my hello, versifine, make sure I've got a really good coverage, and then I'm going to stamp it as if it was intended to be like a line that was drawn underneath. Okay, hello. Now, oh. Okay. Right. What we're going to do now is get that back. And I'm now actually going to attach my shaker on the side. As you can see on this one, I had it this way, but on there, up here, I think I'm going to, do I want it a bit lower? No, I think I like it there. And I'm actually just going to stick that flat. And yes, Doreen, die cutting a gold hello sounds like a really lovely idea. Okay. So, get that stuck down. You could use tape, you could use foam tape if you wanted it to sit more proud. But there we go. So, depending on which piece of pattern paper you cut from your 6x6, depends where you may want to put your sentiment, but hello, because it's such a nice little one, it can fit in lots of different places. And then you get to choose which way you want to hold your, and that's the lovely thing about these graphics, is that every which way would work. You could have stuck it sort of from the top hanging off as if it's a tag. They all work really well. Okay everybody, so that is now card 6 completed. we will be going on to card 7 when we get back from the break. Let me show you what cards 7 and 8 look like. So this is card 7. And this is card 8. So for card 7, let me show you what you need to get ready in case you don't have your bits prepared. That is going to be, so card 7, we need card base. You need your spotty pattern paper, another piece of the gold to die cut from. This is your 3 by 3¼ inch blue piece. And then you need this large ephemera, and this is the largest of this style. So that is for this card. Oh, and you'll need your peel-offs in both, yes, and brown. Okay. And then for card, let me just pop this to one side, keeping them together. So that's card 7. Card 8 is this one, and for this we are going to need card base, the vellum die cut circle, this square and gold piece of ephemera. This is a 5½ by 2½ inch strip of white cardstock, and then this creamy piece of pattern paper which matches the ephemera piece. Then we will need the gold pinstripe moon dust. Okay everybody, very much looking forward to getting these cards underway with you. We will be back in 15 minutes where we will start making again. Won't be long. Hello, my lovelies. Right, we are back. We are going to make card number 7 and card number 8. I will put a 5-minute break in between each card, just in case anybody would like, some extra time to catch up with getting this one done. So, this one, we are going to need a card base, our final of the 3 strips of gold, the blue 3" by 3¼ inch, and this piece of acetate, this piece of ephemera, and some of our spotty pattern paper. And then we're going to need both of our brown and our blue peel-offs. Okay, let's get started. So, firstly, I'm going to move this out of the way and we're going to work with our pattern paper. I'm going to get my mini chomper. And I am going to cut some pattern paper down to 4 inches by 5¼ inches. So I'm going to chop this all the way down the line. Save this for another card. And then I'm going to chop off 3/4 inch, which on my guillotine is this line here. So I make sure that it's straight along that line, and I'm going to give that a chop. And then I can save this. Now this can actually, if you are one of these people that likes to decorate the inside of your card, it is the ideal width to pop a little bit of a spot in the bottom. It's up to you. I'm just going to pop that to one side for now. Okay, pattern paper. We're going to get our scorched timber ink blender, and we're going to just add a bit of ink to the edges. So just to repeat those measurements again, the pattern paper I cut at 4 inches and then did a second cut at 5¼ inches. Okay, so just going around, giving it a gentle little smattering, not coming in too hard, and I don't necessarily want the brown too dark on the edges. It's just that I like for it to lift off from the card front. So I'll put the lid back on that. Now I'm going to just glue this right onto my card front. Okay. This should leave a really lovely border around the edge, which is 1/8 inch on either side. And because we inked the edge of the paper, it just lifts it away from the white of the cardstock. When you've got a white pattern paper with a lot of white space to sit on the white, it can look a little bit wishy-washy. So just by adding that extra lift, it really helps. Now at this point, I am going to get my gel pen and I am going to just draw around all of the circles. And I'm not doing it with any sort of care. I'm going over the colour, I'm going over the whites, I'm making sure that I go around all the ones, even if they go off the edge. This is one of those instances where not colouring inside the lines is winning, because it looks so much more organic. But my personality wants to get it perfect, so I'm having to do it really quickly, otherwise I'll concentrate too hard and then it doesn't look as good. But you choose which one you want to be at the front when there's a cluster, and then you choose which one's next, and then you choose the final one, which can go behind. But as you can see, I am not even nearly going on the edges. I'm just putting a circle somewhere in the same sort of vicinity, and take your time with it if you want to, get them exactly right. But something that I have been trying very hard to work at is not making everything perfect and lined up, because that in itself is an art form. So, very nearly done. But it's such a simple way to jazz up a piece of pattern paper by adding a bit of a gold gel pen, which is the sort of thing I used to have in my pencil case at school. And if I'd have known that when I was a grown-up I would need a gel pen for work, I'd have been over the moon. Because making things pretty has always been a happy place. But now, having those sort of loose, fast and loose circles, just added a little bit of something to the background. Now, let's start doing some stamping and embossing. I'm going to let this dry because the gel does take a minute, but it certainly adds a something. In fact, no, let's get our embossing done so that Liam can sit and pick out my die for me. It's nice to put into use. Okay, so here's this lovely die. I absolutely love this. I'd put this die on every card, but I think you'd have all been sick of it, especially having to pick it out each time. But it is worth it, I think. The impact that it gives, and it's very versatile. So, sandwich set, turn it on, send it through. Now, this piece of cardstock is 3 inches by 3 1/4. Oh, there we go. And now, you don't need to keep any of these. We don't need them anymore. There's no, unless you want to possibly decorate some more cards and you use them all up in your shaker, then by all means, salvage them. But as far as I'm concerned, none of the rest of the cards need any of those little bits. Do excuse me, sorry. Right. Okay. I think I've given myself indigestion. I tried to shove some food in as quickly as possible. And yeah, I'll calm down, sorry. And he's sitting there laughing at me because there's nothing that can be done to help. But never mind. Make sure you have a good laugh, dear. Okay, I get the corner away and then I'm just going to encourage all of this out. No, it's not having it, is it? It wants to be done by Liam. There we go, Liam. Let's give you a job. Let me just poke these out. This way won't take a second. So, who was it? Somebody asked me about this die and said, is it a nightmare? I was like, no, it's great. And of course, now that I'm on video, it's a little bit of a nightmare. But it's die cuts perfectly. It's just that the little pieces are reluctant to let go. But there obviously are many dies that are detailed and intricate like this that don't cut properly, and that is a real frustration because then you just end up wasting all your cardstock. So yes, this does take a little bit of working, but I definitely think it's worth it. Okay, so I am now going to pass this over to my lovely assistant. I learned what lovely assistant meant the other day, that's why he's getting called it. And there you go, dear, thank you. Right, while he's off doing that, this we are going to cut in half. You get to pick where your halfway is. It is up to you. I am going to go here, which if you're looking with the straight edge at the bottom, you've got the half line, one kick out, and then I'm going to cut along that one, and I'm cutting right up of the middle of those two so that there is ridges on both sides. They're not as long as these obviously, but if you cut on a smooth edge it would look really straight and shiny. So now this will go here and then this will go here. Okay, so from this being one die piece, you have the straight edge, which is the bit that sits the lowest of the die, the whole die. Straight edge, I skip this little nugget and then I cut in there and then followed that line all the way to the top, making sure that I tried to cut down the middle so that there were ridges on both this side and on this side. Okay? Now, this piece of cardstock is going to sit like this. So we're going to do some heat embossing on it first, and then we're going to do some watermarking. These are prepared for later. This doesn't need too much. This is a really lovely, simple and straightforward card, but I think it looks very effective. So we're going to need our Versamark, we're going to need our embossing powder. We're going to need our stamps, although I don't think we're going to need the Misty. We will use it just to be sure that we don't end up mis-stamping anything. Right, I am also very excited. I appreciate you're all still enjoying this, and this is all still brand new to you, but I've been designing the next class and I am very excited to share it with you all. I really enjoy doing these, like a whole crafty day. Right, so I'm going to take the happy birthday sentiment for this card. I'll let you finish this class before I start talking about the next one, but don't worry, because you're alumni, you get your lovely discount. So happy birthday, oh gosh, and we need our frame. So let's pull the frame out. Now this isn't quite square, so before you pick it out and drop it, bear in mind this is photopolymer. If you pulled it, it probably would tear. This is super thin, so that if you wanted to do a really peculiar shape, you would be able to. It will move, it will bend. It depends what you want, but I think it's brilliant so that you can, yeah, you could make like a bow tie, or that's like a Batman symbol, isn't it, almost, I think. Shall I check with the boy in the room? Ish. Okay. Anyhow, it is a delicate one. That and the way to get it into its true original shape, we'll get the cardstock in, up, so down, let go of it. Just let go of it. If you fling it, it will want to land the right way up. Now, we want it in this orientation because it is a rectangle. So you can have it as a bit wider or you can have it as a bit taller. And we're going with a bit taller on this card. So I've just dropped it. Where's my pokey tool, please? Thank you. So I'm just going to, with my pokey tool, because photopolymer will also want to stick to the oils in your finger. So I'm nudging and poking until it looks like it's got mainly an equal border around the edge of it on that dark blue. Does not have to be perfect. Nothing in nature is perfect, apart from me. Okay. So that is, I would say, largely in the middle. I am going to close my stamp positioner so that that gets attached to the door. Now that's in the right place. Now I'm going to put in my happy and birthday. Now I have to put them in upside down because I'm going to put them straight in on this side. So I'm looking at that frame, I'm looking at the lines that show on the grid because I know that my cardstock is straight. So even if my frame is ever so slightly off because it's not straight lines, I know that the lines on the grid of the door are going to be the right way up. So I've put birthday in with the Y in that corner, and I'm going to put the Y of happy also tucked into that corner. I'm just going to make sure it's straight. I'm sorry if my head is in your view, but if I put, let's see if I put something darker behind there, that might show. Let me see. No, it's not darker, is it? That's silly. Nothing dark. Oh, here we go. Got my die plate. After all that, hasn't really helped, has it? So I positioned my frame on the blue so that I knew that that was in the middle. And then I've put birthday in with the Y tucked into that bottom corner using the lines on the door of the Misty to make sure I'm straight. And then happy directly above it. So now if we look at this finished card, this is the frame. And then we've got birthday tucked in and then happy tucked in. And we've just created that all here in one go so that we can do all of that heat embossing in one hit, which hopefully, if everything goes to plan, it's going to look really good. So let's smooth that cardstock in, and now we get the anti-static powder tool. And I'm going to give that a really good coating. And as I say, don't worry if it looks like it's starting to go white. If it does that, the oil's in your finger afterwards. You just rub over, it will come away. So, or even a microfiber cloth, anything. Make sure it's pushed all the way in. And now we're going to ink up our frame and our sentiment. This is the first time we're using this frame, so we're going to need to be really liberal. And this is the joy of using the Misty. It just means that if it doesn't take, you can do it again. So pushing all around those edges there, and then back and forth across the happy birthday. That does actually look really good. However, I am going to go over that happy just once more, just to make sure that we get a really lovely impression. And that top corner there, I just would like to see that being a little bit more intense. Make sure it's pressed all the way in and down. Perfect. And now I've got that really lovely impression. It's all nice and wet. Now let's get that paper back across. And to get my tweezers and get a hold. And now making sure that I go sort of all over. And now that's got really good coverage. It doesn't look like I've got too much stuck where it shouldn't be either. Just add a little bit more down at the bottom here. Lovely. Really pleased with how that's come. Move this across. Let's get the heat tool going. Don't need to worry too much about my fingers on this anymore, but I do need to be careful about my tweezer placement. I still very much miss my reverse tweezers. The kittens got hold of them and that was the end of it, wasn't it? I haven't seen them since. Probably poked in an air vent or a floorboard somewhere. Now, I'm hopeful that when this starts to turn, it's going to show you. There we go. Oh, isn't it lovely over the navy? And now I can just sort of chase it around as it puts this frame in. And it's a really nice frame because it's just simple, but adding that bit of shine, it's not complicated, it's not over the top, but it does look ever so pretty. Okay, so, sorry. Okay, I'm now gonna mess it all up by rubbing over it before it's dried properly. Don't do that. Okay, so, am I gonna get away with this? If you make a mistake like I just did, I went to dust off the additional embossing and it hadn't quite set yet. So it's got angry with me and smudged. So I'm going to just see if I can bring it back to life by reheating it. But I think it is just genuinely cross now. We'll see. I'll keep going. Right, don't do that. Once it's dried, then rub over it to eliminate any extra. There we go. Let's pretend that I didn't smear over. You can see that it's just got a slight tarnishing to it. Okay, that won't happen to you, but the reason that I started to do it was to get some of this anti-static powder off. But you should let it dry before you start being heavy-handed with it. Anyhow, let's continue. We'll let that sit over there. And I am going to tidy up the rest of this embossing powder. I can fix it in that I can put it back into my Misty and ink it again, but I'm going to let it cool first. And then I will go back around and get that fixed. I don't want that on a card. I wouldn't give it to somebody like that. So let's just clear that up for now. Next, we're going to decorate our embellishment, our ephemera piece. And we're going to do what we did with the last one, and that is just using one of the thinnest from the brown peel-offs with gold mirror finish. We're going to stick that down, and I'm actually going to stick this outside of the arch that's already there. I'm going to leave the arch that is printed, and as I did before, I am just going to twist about 1/4 of an inch, use my nail to hold it down, and then I'm allowing my finger to sort of shift around with it and press it down as we go, leaving about 1/8 of an inch between the printed gold arch and the gold arch that I am now creating. And then I'm going to cut this off right up where that blue edge is. There we go. This piece can go back. And now we've turned what was a single arch into a double. Okay. Now, has this calmed down a little bit now? very cross indeed, isn't it? Let's try and get some of that anti-static off. That was the original intention. And now I am going to fix it. So doing this, I'm putting it back into my MISTI to put more of this anti-static back on it. Now I'm going to Versamark just over the area in question. Push to make sure it's in the right spot. Get the magnet out of the way. So I'm Versamarking on top of the embossing that is already there. Now I'm going to get my paper again. Add some embossing powder just to that part that is most unhappy. And I'm going to heat that up just to make it gold. And nobody would have ever known. It happens to the best of us. We've been crafting for long. I'm sure there are some people here that have been crafting for longer than I've been alive. And there's so often something that will happen and you go, oops. And then we just work out how to fix it. Doesn't matter. Right. Now that we have that dealt with and we're all now back to having a fully happy shiny, I'm not going to brush off the anti-static powder ever again. My ephemera piece, I'm going to sit sort of like this up over the top. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take this really good fun scribble stamp. I'm going to pop it on my acrylic block and I'm going to give it a really good Versamarking. The reason that I'm doing this is watermark printing, so it gives you the most delightful tone on tone look that I want just to decorate a little bit more. So I'm going to stamp this one. I'm going to move this out of the way now. Now that I know where it goes, I'm going to stamp this one right here. And I'm going to go on top of my embossing, that's fine. Not over my sentiment, but just over that frame edge. Let it sit and then peel it off. And what will happen is that will dry and you'll still have that ever so slight little scribble detail. And I'm going to do the same again. Let's hold this so it'll be here forever. Do the same again over on this side. So let's make sure that we know where we want it to be. And that is like that. So I can move this out of the way and press that down right over the top of that frame. You can do it beforehand. The problem is that if you do the watermarking before you do the heat embossing, you have to wait for the watermark to dry, and that can actually take days. It's a very sticky ink that doesn't enjoy having powder put on it afterwards. So we're doing it after the fact. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt the embossing at all. So let me pop these stamps back. You're going to remember we just drop it on and it will work itself out on there. And then happy and birthday. And we're just about to do the final assembly for this card now. So let's pop those there. We've got our card base. We've got our prepared die cut pieces for either side. We've got our heat embossed panel, which is going to look something like this. And then we have this wonderful ephemera piece, which is going to hang over the edge. So, first things first, I'm going to pop some foam up behind this piece here. I'm going to hang on to that actually because it's a nice skinny bit. Okay, how is everybody doing? Are we all still here? Are we all still having fun? Right, 1, 2. However you adhere this panel down, make sure that you give it a good firm press, because of the heat embossing is going to make it want to jump off. So I'm going to just eyeball, get that on there, that can press in, and then I'm going to do the same on this side. And I'm just going to eyeball again where this goes and then press that down. And now I'm going to go over all of that again. Still there, Renee? Is the pace okay? Are we all good? And then we're going to stick this piece. Oh gosh, I'm going to end up sticking my hair in it. Right, we'll pop that bit on. And then another right over top. So I'm sandwiching that gold in between the 2 pieces of foam. And I'm going to attach these onto the card now. Okay. Putting this, yeah, quite tall, yeah, near the top. And then, all good, lovely. Very pleased to hear it, thanks. Thanks for letting me know. Right, and then we attach this piece on. Just going to give it a slight trim. We don't need it to be peeking out. Remove the backing. And now, this one hangs over the top and over the edge slightly. Now, this is a personal preference one. My original one, I added stars into the circles. You get to decide whether or not that is for you or isn't. I'm going to pop some in. I'm not going to do as many as I did last time, just so that it's a bit different. But I'm going to use my knife and take one of the big ones to put in the big there. And I'm going to take another big one to put up at the top in this one. And then one over here, because of the rule of 3, the triangles. Let's pop that one in there. And I think I'm going to call that done. As I say, on the other one, we did lots, every circle that there was, that was whole, I popped a star in. And on this one, I'm just going to use 3 of the biggest in 3 of the biggest bubbles that we've got. So that was card 7. We've got that done now. I'm really happy with how that's come out. Even though we had the boo-boo, it's all fixed now. So let's pop, that one goes under there. This one, a new one goes there. And we are going to be working on this card now. This is card number 8. And for this one, we are going to need, let me just grab my bits. Kept the desk relatively tidy, you won't believe me, but it's not too bad. Okay, for this card, we are going to need a card base, this sheet of pattern paper, which has this lovely black square with a stripe through it. Then we will need the matching piece of ephemera, the vellum circle, stitched circle die cut, and then this is the 5.5 by 2.5 inch strip of white cardstock. And then we will need the gold moon dust pin with gold finish, and various other bits and pieces. Can I show the... Absolutely. Sorry, Doreen. There we go. So, patterned paper, inked, gold gel pen around the circles. Then we heat embossed Happy Birthday and the frame over the blue, and we had it twisted because it's 3 1/4 by 3. It's 3 inches wide by 3 1/4 tall, so we had it tilted upright. We stamped the frame and the sentiment, gave that a heat embossing. Then we used the watermark, once the heat embossing was dry, we used the watermark stamping with the scribble, and we just popped a couple in. I added an extra peel off. This is the brown peel off with gold finish in the thinnest width, and I did an arc that matched the arc that's printed on the ephemera piece. We die cut the die and cut it in half, and where I deemed half was you follow this smallest, like the shortest piece along the bottom, then you missed one and then you cut. So there was one little hatch and then cut. And then we assembled that all up using foam tape, and I added a few of our blue mini stars in a couple of the bubbles there. So I hope that's been enough, and pause it by all means if you want to, because we're just about to take a 5-minute break. But these are the items that you're going to need for your next card. We have 5 minutes, and then we will be back to make this one, which has got lots of texture and funness to it. So, 5 minutes, I'll see you soon. Hi, we're about to start, everyone, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, my lovelies. So that was a quick 5 minutes. We're now going to be making card 8. Every time. This is card 8. Okay, so as I just showed you before our quick 5 minutes, these are the items that you need. They're all on the PDF that we sent through to you in case, and if not, you know, we'll talk you through. Cardstock, this piece of pattern paper, the vellum circle, the coordinating piece of ephemera, piece of cardstock that is 2.5 by 5.5, and then the peel-offs. We're going to be doing some embossing as well, heat embossing and dry embossing. So this is the card that we're going to make. And what we're going to start with is the bottom of the card and work our way up. It's just the way that makes sense to me. So we're going to start with this piece first. We're going to move all of this out of the way. And just so that you've got it. Right, now, first things first, this piece of paper needs to be dry embossed with our embossing folder. Oh, there goes a piece of paper. So this is going to fit perfectly in. You just need to decide whether or not you want to have the edge having half circles or it being clean. That's entirely up to you. The ephemera size on this latest card we're making now is 1.5 inch wide by 2.25 tall. Thank you, Leslie. Take care, and I look forward to the cards being finished on replay. So raised bumps need to be on the base. I am going to spritz my cardstock as I have done in each of these, and it involves giving it a nice good liberal misting because I don't want it to tear, and that is a risk when you use an embossing folder. So I want spots to come off the edge of the page, so I'm laying that in. As you can see, looking here, you can see that the cardstock runs through half spots. I'm not so much worried about this because that side's going to get covered up, but one edge will show. So embossing folder sandwich includes, for my machine, a plate underneath and a plate on top. No shim required. And then I just run that through. Okay. Pull this across. And now, you'll see we've got a really lovely spotty piece of embossed cardstock. They're so simple, but they're so effective, aren't they? We want to use it this way up. So I'm going to pop that back, and I'm going to use my microfiber cloth, and I'm just going to very gently go over the top with this. Now, we're going to need a messy mat. And we need this to be dry as well. So I'm going to let that sit for a moment while we prepare our pattern paper. Are you okay now, Doreen? Is that good? Let us know. What I'm going to want is some of this paper, and I like these because they match the ephemera piece. So the best way for me to do this is going to be cutting it. I'm going to cut this strip, signing off, said Alyssa. a larger ephemera. In the ephemera pack, there are multiple sizes. I can have Liam actually confirm or refute whether this is the larger or the smaller in that basket there. You'll find a pack of ephemera. Okay, so Liam's going to answer that question. Good night, Alyssa. Thank you for sticking with us so long. I'm really impressed. Okay, so I'm going to cut this at, let's cut it at 3 1/4. Yeah, 3 1/2, no, 3 1/4 inch, because I want this bit here. So the piece that you want to work with needs to be 2 3/4 inches. Okay, this goes back into our stash. Now, what I'm going to do is trim off a 1/2 inch, because we have a 5 1/2 inch wide Not having any joy? Okay. Show me. It's this one. He's getting there. No? Okay. I will double check that in a moment before we stick it, Doreen. I will not leave you high and dry on that one. Okay, so I've trimmed my piece of paper. This is now 2 3/4 by 5 1/2 inches. So that's ready to get attached onto my card front. So I'm now going to do some tearing, which I haven't done for ages. So this is good fun. To do a tear so that you get the white exposed up, so that you get to actually see it. Oh, I'm using the larger one. Thank you, Doreen. She's measured them. You can stop now. Thank you. Okay, so that you get the tear that you want, tear towards yourself, get a bite, use your fingernail, and then roll it up and in, and as you'll see, you'll get really good fraying. So we'll just go on the close-up for this. Okay, so this paper is really keen. And so I'm just pinching a little bit and then tearing it. Don't worry about these straight edges. We can deal with those in a minute. But just pinch a bit and tear it towards yourself, and you will get a really lovely white exposed area. And now I can go and just tear away at those little straight pieces, because you don't want anything straight, because then it looks less organic. So tear it whichever way you wish, but you don't want any straight line left. So tear it away, tear it towards, and now that all looks really good and furry. Okay? So again, we're pushing in with that texture. Ripping the paper feels like torture. I'm sorry, love. Right, now at this point, we're going to Versamark. And I am going to drag my torn paper very gingerly through. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm going to get my copy paper and my embossing powder. I'm not a grunge crafter, but I am a texture crafter today. So I am sharing those techniques which will make the cards feel like they are pursuant to a chap. Right, okay, so now I've done this, I am going to just brush off a little bit so that it's not like a solid shine anywhere. And I'm going to heat that up. Does that make sense to everybody what I've just done? I inked along just the frayed edge, tipped embossing powder over it, and it gave a really solid coating, which isn't quite the look we're going for. So I've used my dry paintbrush to essentially knock a bunch of it out of the way. And now I'm going to heat emboss from the back. And it's going to just soften that edge from being super stark, white and torn to highlighting the texture that we've now created. And it's a really pretty look, despite the fact that it doesn't suit Doreen. But I think you'll like the card by the end of it. And if you don't, someone will. That's the other nice thing about making cards that aren't really necessarily your speed. There's someone out there that's going to appreciate it. So, I know I for definite have a style when I'm card making. I don't mean to, it's just what you lean towards, isn't it? And I think moving beyond your style means you're more likely to catch different people and what they like. So now I have got I've got some shine along that edge, and it's given it just that, it's just something different rather than matting and layering or using my pinstripes, which are my favourite. Gone against what feels normal, and we've added lots of texture. So let's get this powder back in. I've got quite the static build up in here now. Just have to deal with that, but the embossing powder's going strong. Okay, so this is how we are going to sit. See? Now, that's not the end of our heat embossing, I'm afraid. We will be doing more. Now, let's just finish off this piece. Now, this is the middle width of the Gold Moon Dust Gold finish. Let's take one of these, and I'm going to sit it into the corner. I'll pull you on the close-up for this because I will be mitering these. So I am sitting this about 1/8 of an inch from the corner and running it all the way down to the end. Then pick it up, give it a snip along that border. Then I'm going to lay this directly on top, overhanging ever so slightly. Use my finger to hold it down, and then in a straight line, it will cooperate with me, I'm going to attach that down, and it overhangs ever so slightly at the top, but that's fine. I will take another offcut piece and I will lay that over again about 1/4 of an inch from the edge and drop that all the way to the edge. Now, I'm going to trim this where the paper tearing begins. That is about what can get thrown in the bin, just because it's fiddly, but you could even still use that, to be fair. But I'm going to get my craft knife, and now I am going to lay the tip of my blade on the inside of that corner, and I'm going to press into the outside corner of where those two peel-offs meet. And by doing that, I am going to create a cut between the top and the bottom, meaning that I can remove this top piece and then remove the bottom piece, which will then leave behind it the tidiest of corners. It looks like a picture frame because they're both sliced, and it's called a mitered edge. I'm going to do exactly the same over here. The only thing that you need to do to make sure this works nicely is overlap the peel-offs so that there is the opportunity to cut away both corners. And then it has that really professional finished feel to it. Okay, so now we have our mitered corners. This piece, apart from our sentiment, is good. So let's stamp our sentiment. And I'm going to stamp hello on this one. It's going to go onto my little block. Going to VersaFine it. Stamping it at this point as well, because it will make a difference with the placement of my ephemera at the end. So I'm going to position it here in this gap and just very gently press down. This is just in VersaFine, and I'm just doing as I have before, rocking it ever so slightly back and forth and up and down. Hello. So pleasing when stamping comes out well. Okay, give the hello a good scrub. There you go. That goes back. This goes on. Okay, now we're going to work with this piece now because it feels as though it's dried, which was what we needed it to do. Now, let's pop this to one side. I'll show you the card again so that you know where we are. So we've just torn and heat embossed this bottom piece. We've popped the peel-offs and mitered the edges, and we've stamped our sentiment. We're now going to work on this bottom part down here. So this, I'm going to get my VersaFine, and I am going to very gently drag it. Now before I do this, because we did get this wet, I am going to do my test. In fact, let's pop the lid back on that. I'm going to test to see if it is ready to have embossing powder thrown at it without sticking everywhere. So let's just do a little test. The answer is no. There is still, difficult to perhaps see, but there is grains of embossing powder sticking there, and we don't want that. So I am going to use the heat tool to heat this off. It wasn't quite long enough that we were able to wait between. When I was designing this card, it was fine, but I was probably chatting in between or doing the laundry. So it is always best to check, because if we'd have inked it, we would have committed. And whilst it's fine to have a little bit of array, we don't want too much. So I'm just going to give that a little bit of a heat just to get it all dry. Shouldn't take very much. Also helps me get it flat-ish again. There we go. Let's just see it. Can I show the card so far? So far, we haven't actually attached anything down, Doreen. We've done the paper. We've put the gold middle width peel off all the way around the edge. We have heat embossed along the tearing that we did, and we have stamped hello. So that will, once we've done our dry embossing panel, which goes underneath, that will go there. So I'll leave that piece there so that it's on screen for you, in case you want to refer to it still. Now, this is now nice and dry, VersaFine, and the lightest of touches. Cannot emphasize this enough, because if it's, oh dear, I think this is my dad calling. I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, but his calls get pushed through anyway. So I have dragged that through a little, and you can dab it. I'm just going to pass my phone across. There you go. Okay, and now at this point, I am going to add some embossing powder. He's going to call you now as he hasn't got through. You know that, don't you? Right, so now, because this is a pigment ink, our gold embossing powder is going to stick to it. So I'm going to tip some on. Some of it is going to stick where it's not intended. And that's fine because it is the nature of the look that we're going for. We want some black to show through and then we want the rest to look all gold and organised. So I am now going to heat this up from the back. There's going to be elements of black visible and there's going to be big portions that are covered in the gold. And it's this unorganised look over the circles, which are in very nice neat rows and they're exactly the same size, that makes this fun. It's like organised chaos. And I really do like the little hint of shine, and the gold embossing powder over the black ink really does set it off. So let's nearly there. Okay. You're never going to get two of these that look the same. So don't worry if yours looks particularly different to mine. But we now have embossed with some black ink dragged through it, and then embossing powder draped over the top. Some of it stuck in the no man's land, some of it stuck over the circles, some of the circles have been missed, and it creates a lot of texture and variety that isn't organised. So we're all doing something different, aren't we? Right. Okay. Pop that back. We're going to be using this again momentarily. But now, just giving this a bit of a flex, because all of the heat and the water and the embossing, that can have an impact. So this I am going to glue directly onto my card base, and I get to pick which way up, and I think I'm going to put it this way up simply because there's a lot more going on down here. Now, as you can see, it's still really warped, and I think the best thing to do for this is use some score tape, because that's going to hold it much harder than... And I'm going to get right up into those corners. And I'm going to put a few strips of this down so that it really does have lots of opportunity to bite. Where are we? Yeah, we get another one on there. Okay, so there's lots of different tips and tricks on how to attach with double-sided tape onto a card front. So I'm going to show you this one. This is folding tabs out like that, and then what you do is, once you've got those 4 tails, you've got this area here exposed, we're going to line up our corners and we're going to press in on that. We're going to hold that down. So Now that we know that this is in the right spot, we can pull the tails out of the way. And I'm not going to do those top two. I am just going to focus on the bottom two to get those in the right spot. And now I can pull these ones out and I can encourage this to stick down in the right spot as well. So now we have our distressed, spritzed and dry embossed, Versamarked, heat embossed panel. And that is stuck firmly down on the front of the card, which is lovely. Now, what we can do at this point is we can attach this over the top. So I'm going to put some foam tape behind here, if I can get it without knocking the camera. It rolled away from me. There we go. And now I'm going to just attach that on. And because this is paper, although we do a lovely thick paper, I am going to give it good support. Okay. And now to attach this down, I'm worried about the fold. I want the fold of the card to be the important factor, because as you can see, there's lots of overlap here. So I'm not worried about it, there not being the join. And so I look at that. I'm looking at this edge all the way along and down as I connect that on. There we go. So now that's all attached on there. So now we've got our card base dealt with. What we're going to do next is create the vellum with the squiggle and our ephemera piece. So vellum circle, get it the right way up so that the embossing goes into it. We're going to need, this is very static now. It's not enjoying itself. Okay, and we're going to need our stamp set, and we're going to take the big squiggle and acrylic block. And we're going to just ink up with Versamark. And I'm just going to stamp it on now. Because this is a circle, it doesn't actually really matter whereabouts you stamp it. As long as the whole thing is on, then it's in the right spot. Okay, now we're going to just drop in some powder over the top. Heat embossing on vellum looks exquisite. It is so classy. And one of the lovely things about this kind of stamp means that if you don't get a full impression of the stamp, or you miss with the embossing powder, it doesn't actually really matter because no one's going to know. The top piece was lifted on foam, Sharon, yes. I put it on a single layer just so that it would sit slightly above the embossing. Okay, I'm now going to heat this. I bet it wasn't Doreen. I bet it's not a horrible mess. I bet you'll share it with us and everybody else will appreciate it. It's just not your style. Mary. Oh gosh. Okay, well, I'm really pleased you're enjoying, and do this at your own pace. Pause me. Make me stop chattering. There we go. So now I've heat embossed this on the vellum. How did I get the Versa on the dots without it getting everywhere? It is the gentlest of strokes. Like you can even essentially dab it. But I'm very happy once I finished this to redo that to show you how it looks. We'll do that again. Don't worry, I want to make sure that that makes sense. Right, thank you for joining us, Mary. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. So now we've got a lovely shiny scribble. And I'm going to tip all of this back in. And then going to get my ephemera piece, which we've decided with the help of Doreen is the larger of the two. And I'm going to attach it with some foam, just slightly covering the embossing, but not entirely. So, snip a square and pop it down. There we go. So, scribble upright, as it were, and then I'm going to just sort of use this line here with this line of my ephemera and then just cover it over slightly and hang it off the bottom and over the side here as well. So, in fact, no, not like that, like this. That's better. I wanted to have the corner hanging off the circle, the majority of the embossing showing, but have a little bit of something going on. And then I'm going to attach this on here much the same. So I'll pop a piece of foam behind there because I know that won't be seen. Okay. And then I'm going to use this sort of little nook corner here to hook around my hello. There we go. And now my piece goes in the opposite direction to that and it creates a bit of fun, and that is the card done. However, I am going to redo. Could you pass me the piece of cardstock, please? In that basket. If you pass me the basket, I'll be able to find it. Okay. So excuse me everyone for a moment, just while I locate another piece of the cardstock. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so this is the strip that we've just worked with. We're going to give it a gentle misting. Give it a wafting. And we're going to emboss. Okay, now, when embossing, line up your dots along the edge. That sounded quite angry. It squeezed it out, so we'll run that again. Right. Okay. Okay, well, I'll run it just because we're here. I'm not going to wait for it to dry, but with the VersaFine, it's a very gentle swooshing. You can dab because that's an even lighter effort so that it only goes on the raised areas, but a swooshing will actually also get it in between a little bit, which I think looks quite good. You don't want everywhere to be covered anyway. But like this, and then because it is a pigment ink and it takes a little bit of time to dry, you can tip your embossing powder over the top of it and then give it a heat. I hope that makes sense. Okay, right. You thought I had heat embossed the dots. Oh, well, I did that with the ink, and then because it was wet with the Versamark, I tipped the embossing powder over the top of them, and I did heat emboss. It was with the gold embossing again. That's right, Doreen. So I did this with the ink pad, and then at this point, this isn't probably going to go very well because I haven't let it dried, but then I did this and let it sit in the black, and then I heat it again. Yes? Okay, I am going to give this to get cleared up. Thank you very much. While I prepare. So we have now got the card that we've made. I'm hoping that this is okay. We're going to have a 15-minute break, so you can catch along with us then. But we're going to be moving across and into the final of today's sections, which is going to be cards 10 and 9 and 10. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. But what we're going to do is, before we go, I'm going to show you what you need to have to hand to be able to make your cards. So for this card, which is card number 9, you're going to need the card base. You're going to need this blue panel, which has already got the die cut out of it. You're going to need the die that fits perfectly inside. You're going to need this panel, which is 4 inches by 5 1/4. And then there is a vellum tag and there is a gold tag. Those, plus the peel-offs and embossing powders and such and stamps, are what you'll need for this card. And then for the final card, it's really lovely and simple. You're just going to need this piece of ephemera and your stamps and the gold peel-offs. And that, they are cards 9 and 10, which we will be back to do in about 15 minutes. Very much looking forward to seeing you all then. Obviously, if you need longer than 15 minutes, let us know and we'll see what we can do. But 15 minutes starting now. Hello my lovelies, so we are back now for our final segment, which is cards 8 and 9. I will pop in a 5-minute break for those of you that are watching live, just in case you need a moment to reset your desk a little. But let's have a look at card number 9. So this one is, they're all white card bases. We're going to be using the blue panel that has a die stolen from the middle. That's going to go down on the card front. Then we have the white panel, which has been which is 4 inches across and 5 1/4 tall. That's going to sit directly on top of the blue, like that. Then we've got 3 tags here. So we've got the blue, the vellum, and the gold. And all 3 of those are going to get collected together like that. That is the bones of this card. And I'm going to start by stamping this tag, because we stamp this in the prize ribbon and I want to give it a chance to dry. Because this is vellum and it is plastic, it is more likely to want to have a little smudge. So we're going to start with that. We're going to need that ink splatter stamp, which is this one from your stamp set. And we're going to pop that on a small acrylic block. And I'm going to stamp directly on the front. I'm going to get my messy mat because I'm going to be stamping off of the edges. Okay, so Distress Oxide prize ribbon and inking around, and I am just going to start stamping. Now I only need to ink this bottom and left hand edge because the rest of it isn't seen. Okay, so ink, twist, stamp. That's the rule. Ink, twist and stamp. And we're just worrying about this bottom section and then up the left hand side. So let's give this another twist. There we go. The more you twist it, the more interesting it's going to look. So, gone right the way up there. I'm just going to make sure that I don't feel pressured on the placement of my navy tag. So I'm just going to fill that gap there and this little bit here as well. There we go. I'm actually going to pop a few more little splatters up by that ring and down on those bottom corners. And that's it now. So let's have a look. Tricky on the vellum, isn't it? I've just been concerned about covering that bottom edge and then up the side. And this you can stamp on top of where you've already stamped, doesn't matter. The joy of a splatter. And I've gone all the way up round, right up to where that hole at the top is. So now I'm going to clean up my mat and my stamp. And I'm going to let that sit off to one side to dry now, so that when it gets attached down, we don't run the risk of smudging it. Okay. Let's pop this back. Now, let's pop this back down. Oh, my off has gone for a wander. And my hello somewhere. Possibly still in my Misty. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it is there. It was stuck on the other side of the sheet. Silly me. Right. So this is now over here drying. We're going to leave that sit for a while. Let's do our embossing. So for this, you're going to need the panel, which is 4 inches by 5 1/4. Going to take this, going to take this, we're going to take this, we're going to take a spray bottle. I'm going to hold it up in the air and give it a really good misting on both sides. I want it to be almost wet, not soaking, but I want it to have a really good, very difficult to show you, a really good covering. Of course, at this point, it's a very good time to make sure that your fingers are clean, because otherwise it will stick. Now, it does look a bit like flowers, doesn't it, Ilka? It's really pretty, this sort of spray, like misty spray. Now, when you open your embossing folder, you've got one side that's got bobbles that are raised and another side that's smooth. Thankfully, this folder has the smooth side with the black on it. You're going to get your ink and you are going to swirl. I'm not going right up to the edges, I am doing the middle. And I'm not giving it a super smooth coating. I am just giving it an inking, and it wants to pull up. On the close-up, you might be able to see the ink wants to gather. So it's not, you're not going to get a super smooth look, which is great. It's what we want. Now, with my soggy piece of cardstock, I am going to, in fact, let me flip this onto this side, it's easier. I'm going to line it up to make sure that I've got it where I want it to sit. Remember, it needs to be wet. And now I'm going to close my embossing folder over the top, and I'm going to take my 2 plates that create the embossing sandwich, and I'm going to push this through my embossing folder machine. I know what I meant. Okay. So let me just move those out of the way. Here we go. Going to push this in and we're going to press run. And it's going to sandwich that piece of cardstock between the folder, and it's going to press that ink down so that we are left with white spots and a blue background, which looks really good. And because it's wet, the cardstock hasn't torn or blanched. It looks fine from the back, but it also means that the way that the ink settles, it's the water has sort of moved it around a little bit, which is lovely. And that is also why this card was at the end, because now you need to clean your embossing folder. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Now, this I'm just going to let sit and dry for a few minutes because I want that to dry off nicely. I am going to take my card base at this point, make sure it's had a good burnish, and I'm going to wet glue my blue panel that has the die cut tag cut out of the middle of it, and I'm going to attach this directly onto my card front. So I understand we have lots of our lovelies here that are now watching to see the techniques and to take them on when they are more refreshed. It's a lot of information, and this isn't how I usually teach classes. I've tried to put as many techniques and try to challenge us all a little bit. I hope you've enjoyed it still, and I think the cards have come really lovely. I was really pleased with them, so I hope you are too. But now that's nicely smoothed on there. Once it's all dry, we will be attaching our front, but I'm just going to let that carry on drying off over there for a minute. We have our tag. We have our vellum tag, which I don't know why I got a larger one in this. And then we have the small blue tag. Now the small blue tag, we're going to do some heat embossing using the stamp set. So let's just pop that over there for a moment. So from the stamp set, we're going to take these 3 lines and best wishes. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and there goes the of. If you find that you have stamps that don't want to stick very well, wash them just with water. It's because they've got a bit of dirt on them, you know, just from being handled, the oils from our fingers. But if you just get them wet under just, you know, just regular tap water, that will help sort them out very, very quickly. Now, I am going to stamp these, and I'm going to do it in a rapid fashion because I want to be able to get it done before the Versamark dries. So I am going to stamp, let me show you the tag again. We have got 3 lines coming from the top and 3 across the bottom, and then we have best wishes. In fact, let's put this into the MISTI. Let's make sure we get everything where we want it in one go. So I have to hang off of the edge on this side and this side. So that means I can't put it in at the usual angle. I have to put it in this way up. So let's get that into that corner. And I can actually use my magnet to hold up here because we don't do any stamping there. So we have got best wishes along the bottom, along with this here. And then we have wishes, and then we have best. And then once they are in spot, oh, gonna have to use my pokey tool, keeps sticking to my fingers. There we go. Now that they are where I want them to be, I'm going to close the lid, and then I'll peel this one up and pop it up there so that I can create that second set of lines. Right, so let's pick these all up. Now we need to anti-static powder tool. Just cleaned the bigger 3 lines because the front was sticking better to the foil as the back side. Not quite sure what you mean there, doll. I'm going to keep going. Right, Versamark. So we're going to heat emboss this in gold. So I'm going to pop some ink all over these. Now, I'm going to stamp this down and hope that I get the best. Oh, I see. Sorry, Ilka, that took me a moment. I'm getting tired myself. Right, I'm going to double these with Versamark because I'm going to need a moment with these 3 lines at the top, and I want these to be really juicy. Okay, now 3 lines, peel it up. This is going to have Versamark on, so try to choose carefully as you put it down. That's where I want it to go. Close it up, and then again, I'm being as quick as I can here just because of our humidity. If you live somewhere that has a normal humidity, then don't worry too much about trying to be as quick as I am. There we go. Now, I'm going to take this out and I'm going to do the heat embossing. So this comes in, this goes on. Get my tweezers. And that looks brilliant. That's come out just as I would hope. Now, I'm going to heat set this from behind just to make sure that if there are any loose pieces, that it's not going to be the air that's blowing it around. And it won't take long before, there we go. Isn't it magic? It doesn't look like it should be this easy. Come on. Nearly there, there we go. And now that's all really lovely and shiny. Okay. Now, guess what I'm not going to do on this one? Let that sit for a minute now. Learnt my lesson. Now, let's get this back into the pot. Okay. And now, there we go, that's on there. This goes up here. Now this, this is dry enough now to take our peel off. So we're going to take a pinstripe from the Gold Moondust Gold Finish, and we're going to take medium width, which is in the middle for diddle, and these are along the edge here if you haven't used them up yet. And because there is a little gap on either side, I'm just going to run from the edge in about 1/8 of an inch, just from top to bottom, just to put a little bit of shine on this background as well. And because it has been embossed, I'm not going to try to do any joins because the paper has got a bit of a warp to it. But 1/4 of an inch in from the edge, stick that, oh, that went on a wonk. Stick that down. There we go. Snip that last piece. Okay, right everybody. Let's see how everybody is getting along. Okay, I am going to mount the embossed piece up. So let's get some tape on that. I always start with either side and then work out whether there's enough space to try and put 2 in the middle or just 1. And as it often is the case, it's just 1, and I would rather it be in the middle than over and off to one side. So let's get the backing off. Now, going to attach this down. Now, it is 1/8 of an inch all the way around the edge. Okay, we're doing good, Renee. Well done. Thank you. So we've attached the blue. We've now attached our embossed with peel-offs and ink. Now we have our vellum tag, our gold tag, and our heat embossed tag. And you can arrange these however you like. I like the 3 to be together. And these ones, I'm actually going to just wet glue them together Now that I've held these in spots, I can fold this back knowing full well that the blue is going to be going over the top. So I don't need to worry about it being visible. Make sure those holes are lined up because that's the sort of thing that gets to me. And then I'm going to foam lift my blue tag right over the top. And this is curling and getting really cross with me. So I'm just going to use the smallest amount of finger lift tape. That can go on that side. And that's going to get stuck on anyway. So let's stick this down. Removed the backing from my foam tape. I'm going to line up those at the top and then just let that sit down. Now, at this point, I'm quite confident that I can rub away that anti-static powder tool without it taking the embossing powder with it. There we go. And now I get to just attach these. Now, how I'm going to attach it is so that the gold tag is straight and upright. Going to put a bit of lift behind. Going to need to cut a strip here because it's too wide. There we go. Yes, Renee, my vellum in this one, I'm not quite sure how I managed to do that because all of them were supposed to be smaller. So I'm sorry about that, that this example isn't the same. But in all of the rest of the kits, they are a smaller size because it sat better with the blue. Okay, let's get that down. Okay, I've just responded to that, dear. Now, that is card 9. We are going to be moving into card 10. Card 10 is really straightforward on supplies. It is the stamp, it is our peel-offs, and it is this piece of ephemera. So stamp set, embossing powder, and this was one of the reasons that I suggested that the oxides were really good. You need the scorched timber and you need the prize ribbon and you need an acrylic block. We're going to take 5 minutes. Take a 30-minute break, please. Oh, Doreen, have I raced ahead? If you would like me to take another 15-minute break, everybody stick a thumbs up. We can make it 15 if that's better. You tell me what suits you, because this is for you. Is everyone furiously crafting? No, it's fine. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, let's talk about the next card again. This is card number 10. And it is... no, okay, good. Right, I'm pleased. Card number 10, and this is really, really straightforward, but it's fun, full of texture and vibrancy. And then you've just got this lovely central piece of ephemera and a clear sentiment to go at the top. So I'm going to also ask, and I didn't put this into your products, so if you don't have it, don't worry, but for a sticky note, something like this, or a piece of scrap paper, anything like that will be really helpful. It's not necessary, but it will certainly help. Okay, everybody, we'll have 5 minutes and then we'll be on to card number 10. we're about to start, everyone, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, my lovelies. So we are back now after a quick 5-minute break for card 10. Oh, and 2 of me. So this is card 10. It's a single layer, there's no pattern paper. We are using one piece of ephemera, our peel-offs, and then our stamps are doing the rest of the work for us. So we're going to start off with our ephemera piece. Now, the reason that I asked you to see if you could grab a sticky note is we're not going to use the one that's half used. What we're going to do is, this is the sticky end of my paper, and I am going to get a pencil and I'm going to draw a circle here. Now you can do this onto just regular paper. It doesn't need to be sticky. It's just the reason that sticky is best, I will show you shortly, is we're going to cut around this, and we're actually going to cut just larger than the pencil line, because the pencil line was the inner edge. And what we want to do is make sure that this whole area is going to be protected. So here we go. Okay. Now, our card base, we are going to stamp Happy Birthday top centre. You know, the sort of the focal spot. And I'm going to do this just with my acrylic block. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Right, pop those there. Oh, itchy nose. Now, I'm going to position these, I don't need this sticking on my finger. I'm going to position these right towards the top in the middle. And if you're not quite sure on your placement, move them around a bit. And you can also hold your ephemera piece over the top to make sure that if you would rather it came a bit further down or a bit further up, then just make sure that you're happy with where your positioning is. I am actually going to bring this down just a touch. There we go, like that. Now, I am lining my card base up on my grid mat, and now I'm going to line the bottom of my acrylic block up against the edge of that line that has the 3. So I know where I'm going to be stamping on that line. I have to find the middle with my eyes, but it means that I know that I'm going to be where I want to be. So, Happy Birthday. Versa Fine, the black ink, and I'm going to line my acrylic block back up with that 3-inch line, so that all I need to do now is focus on whether or not I'm in the middle from left to right, because I know I'm at the height that I want to be, because I stayed in line with that number 3 on my grid mat. I hope that makes sense. So I'm giving this a nice firm press, letting it sit, letting the ink absorb from the stamp onto the paper or the cardstock. And there we have a really crisp, lovely Happy Birthday. Now, I'll give these a quick wipe. And I'm going to let that ink settle a little bit, because it is a pigment ink. We need it to dry. So let's peel these back, put them where they go. Okay, And then, having relocated those, I'm going to take this circle that I've just cut that's a little bit sticky, and I'm going to lay it right over the top of the happy birthday. Because I've got really cheap sticky notes, I can see through. But now we're going to have some fun decorating our card. So let's pop this out of the way. First thing I'm going to do is get a big acrylic block. And on here, I'm going to take my scorched timber and press a square of it. And then I'm going to take my prize ribbon and press a square of it. Now, this paintbrush that we've been using all throughout is perfect, or just take another one, something that you don't mind flicking a little bit, or a water brush perhaps. In fact, let's use a water brush. It's less hassle, isn't it, in the long run? She says, not able to see a single water brush. Where are they? Are they under here? Around the front, I can't see that maybe. It's not going to make life very much easier if I can't find one, is it? No? Okay, not to worry, we'll use a regular paintbrush. We are very capable. I was just hoping that one might have presented itself. Anyhow, let's go old school. I'm going to pop a little drop of water into a triangle. The fact that it is drinking water doesn't matter. And I'm going to use my paintbrush to lift a little bit of that water. You can see this is a paintbrush that my kittens have been chewing. But to be fair, it actually helps for this. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to mix these two colours together. And what it makes is a really muddy grey. But it's a little bit perfect for what we're doing. So, now that we've got that on there, I've got lots of colour loaded up on my paintbrush. I'm going to take the messy mat. Let's move that where it's less likely to get tipped everywhere. And now I'm going to face the cards towards me and I'm going to do some flicking, which is a very exact technique. But because it's this brown and blue, you get a really lovely grey colour. And the other thing you can do is tap to get bigger splotches. Flick off the edge, and now I've just created a whole mess. But that took seconds, and now that's going to need cleaning. I'll leave that up there. That's fine where it is. This will also need a clean. But we've got some ink splatters. I'm going to leave this up like that. And I'm going to let this all do a bit of a dry now. We're going to take this ink splatter, get our little ink block and our VersaFine again. And we're going to add. Much like the heavily stamped card from earlier, this, as far as I'm concerned, is just playing now. We are just inking things up and then stamping them down. The only thing that I would suggest you need to do is to try to avoid having a pattern and having even numbers of anything. So let's pop you there. Hanging off the edge of the card always helps because it makes it look more organic. We've got 4 right now. Let's make it 5. I think we might put one here and then off that side there. And I'm going to call that done now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we've got 7 of the ink splotches. Let's give this a little bit of a wipe. And then next, we're going to get that circular one again, circular dotty. Take that one out. And we're going to heat emboss this. And again, we're going to do odd numbers. So that black ink is a VersaFine, and it actually, considering its pigment, dries incredibly quickly. Okay, so now we're at Versamark. We're going to watermark stamp this. So I'm going round and round and round. And you can twist these as you stamp them. But I'm going to do, I think I'll probably do 5, but we'll see. 1, 2, and these are all the same way up. 3, and I'm going to heat emboss this right now because it is very dry here. So I'm going to do all 3 of those. Can actually take this away now because there's nothing that's going to spill over. But let's have a look. We've got 1 here, 1 up here, and 1 down here. Okay, now I'm going to heat these 3 and then I'll decide where I might put the next one. Me too, Ilka. I don't do these anywhere near as often as I should. I love pattern paper, I love ephemera, but when making masculine cards, and because this is a class, I wanted to try to make sure that I wasn't doing what I often do. I wanted to make sure there was a teachable things included. So that was why we've gone a little bit different and done more artistic. I'm not suggesting that papers and ephemera isn't artistic, but this kind of creating is really good fun. It's like playing like a child would, just putting colour where it feels good. And especially with this kind of stamp set, it works so well for that. Okay, so now I've got 3 on here, and I'm actually going to do another 2. I'm going to need the embossing powder back in the pot for that though. So let's encourage it all back in. Down you go. Okay, pop that there. Now I'm going to ink this up. And I'm going to twist it now so that they're not all going round the same direction. So where these little dots are going up and down, these are now going to go side to side. And I'm going to put 1 down here, right off of the bottom. And then 1 right off the side as well, where the fold is, over here. There we go. So these 2 are going to mark the end of our embossing. I didn't worry about anti-static powder with this because this card is so relaxed and fun. A little bit of embossing powder, being awry isn't going to hurt anyone. In fact, it might even add. So let's get these two set. There we go, there's one. Open up the card base, make it a little bit easier on us. I think because this cardstock is so thick, it's not keen to be heated through. Okay, so we now have 5 of those really nice little shiny spots. And then get that back in there. Now our embossing powder, this is what remains. This goes in our stash building, if you like, from the class kits, which is not, we haven't even used half of it. There's still lots in there. So, happy birthday. We are going to take our ephemera piece. We're going to get our gel pen. Now, if you look really closely at this card, there are some gold rings that run around, and you could cover them with peel-offs if you want, but I'm just going to go round and round with the gold gel pen, just because it's nice to add a little bit of extra every so often. And that's all I'm going to do for that. Then this is going to get put on some foam tape. Now you can do this on a thicker foam tape if you like, but I think a nice subtle lift makes a really big difference all by itself, especially on a card that has so much going on. I don't need to worry too much about it going all the way around the edges, but just enough so that it's supported, so that it doesn't want to collapse. Okay, so now we have our 4 pieces of foam. We can get this attached, and you get to decide how you want it to look. I think I am going to go this way to make it slightly different, and because I put that sticky paper down, the happy birthday is clean. Now it's just a case of adding some of our peel-offs. Now what I do with these is I just took some of each of the widths and then just stuck them down. And I know that doesn't sound like a very teachable line, but I am just taking a little piece of peel off that was left over and then sticking it onto the card so that there is a little bit of a design element beyond just, oh, that's not quite straight, beyond the splatter, the heat emboss, the stamping and the ephemera. So we've got 3 down there. Let's use a wide one, shall we? So this is the widest of the 3. We're going to drop this all the way down over there. I think we're also going to put one in, going in right behind. That can go. And let's put one nice big thick long piece under there. And the remainder I will put right up by the top. So this is a really nice way to be able to use up those little pieces of peel-offs if you don't have the patience to do the butting up that I do sometimes in my videos. This is a fabulous way. Oh, little bit, stuck that down a little bit too low there. Okay, let's trim that extra off. I'm going to pop a few more pieces here. Too short to go on that side, so it gets decided that it's going above. If anyone ever tries to analyse my cards as pieces of art later on, they're going to struggle. Okay, I'm going to call that card as completed, and that is just a few peel-offs dotted in. You can add as many or as few as you like. I added a few more on my previous one, but I actually quite like how this one has turned out. I twisted the ephemera ever so slightly, and I have put the sentiment further apart and lower down in the circle. But I'm really pleased with both of them. Now I'm going to quickly show you all of the cards that we have made today. So these are today's made cards. So we have, you may have to lose me out of the corner. Card 1, card 2. Oh, they're not even in, are they? Card 3, card 4, card 5, card 6, card 7, card 8, cards 9 and 10. So that is all of the cards we've made today. If anyone has continued to try to keep up as I've been going, I am thoroughly impressed. When I designed these cards, I must have done it over a 3-day period. So in my estimation, I was like, oh, this will be wonderful, it'll be a very straightforward class. And of course, this is very different to what I usually teach. So give us a hint for the next one. Renee, you're terrible. You're terrible. The next one is coming though. It's coming in the summer, and we definitely have a Halloween one. But that's all I can say. Don't make me be naughty, I get in trouble. But you have all done incredibly well, and if you haven't completed your cards, please go back, watch again. This link is set now. It is completely private. This is for you because you bought this class, and so I didn't want to share it with everybody. This is exclusive. The first 2 cards we did share just so that people understood what we were doing. And we have gone down a more artistic route this time. I know it was a bit more challenging. I really hope that I explained it well enough. And if you need further explanation, please feel free to take a picture of it and pop it in the Facebook group, and I will personally see to it that I reply to you. I really hope you enjoyed this class. I really, really did enjoy making all of these with you. But I'm just trying to think, what can I share from our next class? It's going to be another 10 cards, and it is me. I will be sending out an email to the alumni with a sneak peek, and what I'll also do is I will share 2 of the cards within that class, because what we found with this class was so many people were asking what the cards were going to look like. And I can fully understand that, but equally I know there are many people that really enjoy the surprise. So I will try to manage both of those by giving you examples of 2 of the cards from the class, but also keeping the rest a little secret. Really, really hope you've enjoyed yourself. I genuinely have enjoyed myself. This has been lots of fun, and the fact that I got to make all of these lovely cards again was fabulous. Thank you ever so much. I also hope to see people making with this collection, because there is lots of lovely leftovers in your kit that are going to be screaming out to be used. Thank you ever so much. And we will be back on Tuesday with a live. We are on, what are we doing on Tuesday? I believe we are die cutting. We're using the lovely die from our latest summer punch card kit. Thank you ever so much, everyone, for sticking with me till the end. We will get still shots of these cards shared all over our social media so that you can have a look. But until next time, please continue to make lots of beautiful things.